Mm. Mm. I'm trying to think. Okay. What's the deal, Cash? Oh, what the heck is? Yeah, find my other. Thanks, I gotta send these invites out. Oh, got all my peoples in here. Gotta get all my peoples up in here. All right. I forgot. Like the small people gotta get in. So that dang old thing sound like. All right. So the topic right here is why do people think the 304 phase is necessary? Well, we should know what that mean by now. The 304 man, if you don't know, you're too young. You're too young. All right. Let's see. opinion. Hmm. All right. These likes up and shares and all that. I gotta get all that up. Give me a second. All right. So with the first one, I want to see if people can take relationships serious after sleeping with them on the first date. What can I say about that? I don't know. I think with that first one, it's just like on that love at first sight myth. That's what I think. Yeah, I think it's like a gamble. A gamble. So I wouldn't suggest that. I don't think most of them serious. I think that's the problem. Is that let me see. Let me go ahead and sneak real quick. Sneak around, see where everybody is. For sure. this thing so far. I gotta see. What is it? I popped up at the right time. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Said you first. Yeah, I think it was like only about one or two people that popped in earlier, but they popped back out. Yeah, it's one of them slow days again. Who knows? I'm gonna give it a few minutes before I get the party started. If it is, it be just depends. Dealing with TikTok. See everybody. Oh wow. Alright. Now, sir, what's the deal? Uh,
Now that is a
what's that
loaded.
noise? It sound like a firecracker.
I thought it was you
I heard something weird.
because I was hearing it before I joined up.
Is it a squeaky noise?
Nah, it sounded like when you speaking in a fan.
Oh, you talking about that noise I got? Nah, hold up. Give me a second. It's my AC.
Hmm.
Uh,
I knew it was some type of device.
Trying to get the cold up in here, little sag.
It sounded like them clippers they claim is quiet but
That's this
never
little
are.
thing in my headset. I can't hear nothing. There we go.
But that is a loaded question, and you know it.
I know.
You over here trying to sow discourse.
Said I might as well. You know, I just gotta
No.
feel things, feel angles, feel people heads that you feel me. Yeah, feel. Let me see.
Let me read this. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? Absolutely.
Mm.
Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? Because people like to act like it matters even though it really doesn't. Should
You said it
Smexless.
don't matter. You said,
I've never been in a fulfilling relationship where it mattered.
oh, okay. So what's your body count?
Hmm?
What's your body count then?
13.
Okay.
Would a Smexless relationship be horrible to you? Why or why not? No, I was celibate for 7 years. I can do with or without it.
Hey.
Um, if Smex is a need, which I do agree it is, people should be allowed to cheat. No. Um,
It's a need though.
it can be a need, but the thing is, the
Is
degree
it
into which it's
can
a
be
need.
or is it?
Listen, 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 listen. The degree to what kind of a need it is not a monolith. It's not the same for everybody. So my sexual needs and my partner's sexual needs may not be the same level of need, but that does not mean cheat. We're supposed to discuss those boundaries before we ever have gotten in the bed together anyways. With that being said, if that's something you need in that kind of way to where it's more important than the relationship or the boundaries or respecting the boundaries of your partner, then you just either need to be single and have all the smecks you want, or you need to be in an open or polyamorous relationship with people who understand that's what's going on and are not being led into it against their knowledge. Because
But
that
if
is
you love your partner, you should let them cheat because you said it's a need.
no. That's just like I can love my partner and
That's
tell them they don't
selfish.
need to do crack.
So, do they need that C word? I can't say that word.
Oh, you could say crack on here.
Ah, I'm good. I'm scared. Do they need it?
Huh?
Do they need it, or is they addicted
To the
to it?
person who's doing it, they believe they need it.
So they can live without it, right?
Hmm.
That's what a need is.
I mean,
Because if that's the case, I mean anybody can just say they need anything.
that's absolutely right. So that's my thing. What is it like to
What's the difference
me?
between a want and a need then? If that's the case,
I think wants are frivolous and needs are more so important to you being able to live your lifestyle. Like we all need money, yeah. But to what
no,
degree we need money is different. My bills ain't your bills.
we don't need money to live without money. We just need food. We need food, air, and water, shelter. Everything else you can live without.
True. What are the reasons people stress without smecks? I mean, that can be scientific and it can be philosophical.
What you got?
So I'm one of those. I was a schoolaholic, right? I got a bunch of degrees for no reason. I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
lie. I tried to figure out how to stay in school as long as possible as an adult.
Yeah.
So one of the degrees I have is in human sexuality. And one thing I learned is scientifically, right? People who have an average amount of smecks are typically healthier people. So, like, having one O word a day is just as healthy mentally and physically as going to the gym for 30 minutes a day.
Mm.
That's scientifically proven. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I think people have too much attachment to the socioeconomic status of what they believe having smecks gives them.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have that confused and then you have the dopamine rush that you get from it and the serotonin release from it, you begin to think that this is the part that's important.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like people who smoke weed every day, like every single day, like an unnecessarily large amount of weed every day. I'm not talking about the people who got their habit in check. I'm talking about, like, real deal potheads, right? I think is no different than them, or like people who depend on alcohol or people who depend on, like, it's the gratification process of it and they believe that they're getting something more from it than what they actually are. I think it ties into your question of it being a need and them not understanding what that need is. And when you feel like that need is not being met versus that want not being met, you get stressed about it. And then you have society telling you if you don't have enough of it, you're a loser, especially with men. Like, if you guys aren't busting cheeks every day, what are you doing with your life, Because I have a friend that's severely stressed out with the fact that he doesn't get it on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's a huge problem because now it's affecting the way he treats women. He went from being like a super respectful and sweet guy to like A low-key narcissist. He now feels like women don't want to sleep with him because they feel like he's better than them or that he's too good for them. And it's like, where did you draw that conclusion?
Mm.
Like he went from referring to them as women to B words. Like now all women
Oh,
ain't
that's when he got his
sugar
heart
honey
broke.
iced tea. It's giving incel.
That boy got his heart broke. I did that before. I used to be women until I got my heart broke. I was like, no, I'm good. I'm good. These bitches ain't.
And you
These
know,
bitches
I've
be
never been
playing.
through that. I've
Oh,
never been through that. Like not the heartbreak aspect of it, but coming to the conclusion that all men ain't sugar honey iced tea
oh
because
boy.
I done got
Glad
my
you ain't
heart
one of
broke.
those.
I've never been through that. I've always believed that there's always the one for someone, and all your past ones make you better for that one. Because if you take the lesson you're supposed to get from whatever you learned in that situation,
Mm,
because I don't blame anybody for past transgressions. Like, if I forgive you, unless it's imperative to a conversation we're having, if I forgive you for something, I'm never going to bring that back up.
right.
But,
That's supposed
like,
to
I've
be.
never been through that.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
Yo, chose what's the deal, man?
Hola.
Do you want me to just go at the panel or?
Yeah, you can go through them. There ain't that many people in here at the moment, so you can do it
Yeah, yeah.
till
See, I
people
mean,
start
we can
picking up.
just we ain't got it. No, I was like, we ain't got it. No, I'm saying if y'all talking about other things,
So, hold
whatever.
on. I just
But
want to make one statement before you start. To your
yeah,
first question on the topic, can you take someone seriously after sleeping with someone on the first date? The relationship I told you I was in, that I was in for 5 years, we slept with each other on the first night.
Interesting.
I've
So
I've
I did.
actually have tied down women that I slept with on the first night.
Mm. And also, don't forget the green one too. The
No,
green
I
is a
don't. You know what
question
I'm
too.
saying? I don't know if I don't know if that was trauma. It wouldn't be now, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I was just like, and I'm like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? Your energy's cool or whatnot. I could hang around you, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta get out, you ain't gotta leave, you know what I'm saying? No, I was like, but yeah. I quite a few of them.
Well,
Um,
actually, I gotta say, I don't know if that would count as sleeping with somebody on the first night.
what do you mean? Expound. What do you mean by that?
So I don't know if you were here the first time I joined Kev's panel. What was that? Maybe a 3, 4 days ago?
Yeah, no, I don't think I
I think
was.
sometime last week. Yeah.
Right. So I was talking about a relationship I was in and what that relationship taught me. It was a very healthy and nurturing relationship. It was one of the best, it was the best relationship I've been in as a functioning adult, right?
Uh huh.
And in my mind, I've always felt like we slept together on the first night. But thinking about how we started and how long it actually took us to meet in person after we met online, I don't know if that would count as the first night. And I think I rationalized in my mind that it was the first night
Remember to say
because,
first date too.
well, that's the thing. So that was the first time we had ever met in person. We did sleep together, but we had been talking prior to that on the phone, FaceTiming, all of that for maybe about a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah, no, that don't count.
Oh, that boy
That
was
don't
already
count.
spiced up before that time.
Yeah. I mean,
Y'all was
it
pre-rubbing
really,
on
it
it
really
before
makes
that.
it really make things interesting. I mean, really, I mean, if the dude's willing to fill you out and carry that conversation, show the charisma, and you know what I'm saying, you get a whole lot further than what I'm saying you would if you guys actually did just go on a first date and didn't meet online. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Because
To
we
be
met
honest.
on I used to go live on Periscope back when that was a thing. I was very popular on there. I had like 60,000 followers. So it's hard to when you got 1,000 people in a live vying for your attention, it's hard to see one person. And he ended up figuring out that my Periscope and my Twitter name was the same thing. So then he reached out to me on Twitter and we started talking. And at first, the conversation was really good. The first night we was on the phone for like 5 hours. Like it was a great
Yep.
conversation. And then I don't know what happened, but it was like we hated each other. We were fighting almost every single day for them 2 months. And then one day he said, I'm finna pull up. We're going to sit in this car. We're going to have a conversation and figure out why we bickering like this, because either we're going to figure it out and see if this is what we want, or we're going to let this go because I'm not going to keep fighting with you and I know I like you.
Right.
Hey,
And
y'all,
so
That's
we
real
pulled
quick,
up.
real quick. Do what main thing doing on there. Go and share the live out if y'all haven't. Join the team with 7 of y'all. If y'all don't have no orange heart near y'all name, that means y'all haven't joined the team. It only costs 1 penny. That's near my name. Say laugh at the top, and then you're gonna see that heart up there. So hit that, and you'll see. Get a couple
Yeah.
hashtag FYPs down there, and see if y'all can give me the 5K real quick. But y'all can go back.
Cause like the fighting started because the original first date we were supposed to go on maybe a week after we had started talking. He was a no-show. And he had a valid reason for not showing. I was just irritated at the way he communicated it to me because it felt like I got stood up.
yeah. I know women don't like that
Right.
at
So it
all.
was like constant bickering after that. And then I would say things that would piss him off. He would say things that would piss me off because I said something that pissed him off. And it's like, I'm telling you, you would not think that I would have ended up with that man for 5 years.
Huh. So what stage was your honeymoon stage? Like what was that while you guys were still talking from, you know what I'm saying, a distance, or did you guys like,
No, because when we
you
were
know,
talking from a distance, it was terrible.
oh, okay, so that did okay. But you guys picked back up where you left off and it lasted 5 years. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, because once I was in his presence, there was something about him that felt right, that felt secure, and that felt comfortable. Like I didn't have to fight him. And then we were
Ah,
able to just talk.
that's cool. That's cool.
And then we
Yeah, I
talked
mean,
ourselves right out our clothes that night.
so your internet little romance thing or whatever, that was one of the best relationships you had, right? That's what you're saying.
The best relationship to date.
Yeah, I I met my first on AOL instant messenger. You know,
Not AIM.
was that?
We called it AIM.
No. I mean, well, no. It was literally on AOL. You know what I'm saying? I tried to holler at her sister or whatever. She was like, I got a younger sister. And eventually we spoke or whatever. I don't know. She was quick. She was a virgin. I was a virgin, but she was quick to, like, you know what I'm saying, like, get me out of the house. Like, I guess it was different back then. You know, she didn't have no fear or whatever. Like, and plus, you know what I'm saying, she had friends with her or whatever she had met before, and yeah, she was my first. Lost my virginity at 18. The only thing I might regret about it is, well, I don't know. I don't really do regrets, but we did meet back up futuristically or whatever, and it wasn't that great, but we did wind up having a kid together. But out of like everything that you know what I'm saying, I kind of put her on a pedestal or whatever,
Mhm.
because you know what I'm saying, we were in our innocence, you know what I'm saying, and I think that's the woman that I feel the deepest for, actually. So,
Yeah. I think it's the same for him in that context. I do put
Yeah,
him on a
y'all sound like
pedestal.
y'all missed them.
Um,
no. See, I mean, I don't. I can't. I
Baby,
can't really
babe,
deny it.
I've been
you
dreaming.
know what it is,
I,
Kevin? I'm not gonna lie about him to satiate my ego.
Huh?
what's that?
I'm not gonna lie about him to satiate my ego. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
People, when they're in relationships, especially good relationships that don't work out, usually when it doesn't work out, you need somebody to blame. Somebody has to be a villain, and I'm not gonna lie and make him the villain to make myself feel better
Was
about
you
it
the problem?
working out. No, not at all. We mutually departed.
Yeah, no. That's real. Because she was a so-called empath or whatever. And when we started talking again or whatever, she
Oh,
helped me out in my little misfortune for a minute. You know what I'm saying? We talked about the past, the reason why it went awry. You know what I'm saying? So she kind of healed me at the same time because I was broken when I left California. You know what I'm saying? And so she basically healed me, you know what I'm saying, when I gained the understanding for why things wound up the way it did. And then I was able to feel I was able to feel again. It was crazy, but that's where I am now. Like, I'm not all fucking numb towards, you know what I'm saying, I'm not numb, you know what I'm saying. Let's put it that way. I was bitter, broken, and all of that when before that. So I was content. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, hope he died, blah blah blah. The fact that I even had emotion, I was like, I realized it. I was like, whoa, well, I ain't felt like that. I ain't felt like that in a minute. But yeah. I still got feelings for her and everything. You know, it's okay.
Out there, I don't still have feelings for him.
What's that?
I don't still have feelings for him. Like, I don't have no ill will towards him either, but I don't have feelings for him beyond that. I hope
Right.
he's doing well, that he's successful, that he finds what he's looking for or what he needs. He's a great guy. He deserves that. I'm not gonna sit here
That
and
that's
bash him for no
that's
reason.
wonderful.
Like, was he perfect? Absolutely not. He had faults. But he was a great man. He did a lot of great things for me. He's the reason my standards are where they're at today because he taught me how to see him, how to see
Right, right,
me, how he sees me.
right. Same kind of. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of the same. Yeah. What I was saying was that yeah, she was an empath, so she could only like have so much energy before she just like shut down if nothing was like coming out of all the time that, you know what I'm saying, that we were spending. So I was like, I didn't get it, but I get it now because I've kind of went through some some spiritual changes myself. So I was able to message her or whatever and be like, I get why you shut down like that. Why you? God, dude, like, call? Hold on. What kind of call?
Who not picking up their phone? Who got an
Hold
Android?
on. Hold on.
But nah, like, he's a great guy. He deserves the best. We just didn't work out. He's the only person I ever actually wanted kids with.
what happened?
Hmm?
The deal bags in the building.
What did you say, Kev?
So what happened?
Um, we got to a place where we were going through extremes separate from each other that were making it hard for us to be together. Like him
Isn't
working,
that what happened in the relationship?
yeah, but he was working 3 jobs, so he was already gone all the time. And then on top of that, he was going through a lot of people in his life passing like back to back. I think at one point in a week, he went to like 14 funerals. And then me
Mm.
finding out I had cancer and always being in the hospital, I couldn't be there and he couldn't be there for me and for everybody else that he's financially responsible for. So it was just like it got to a point to where we were together in title only. There was no longer a relationship. Like texting can only take you so far.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. And so, onto this title, or if it was more important for us to, go through what we need to go through in order to get better.
I think I missed that part because the thing froze me out. But so you saying basically, so it wasn't no, it just was a heavy what can I call it? A heavy time in y'all life, basically,
Very
and
heavy.
then y'all broke up from there.
It wasn't, I don't even like using the word.
Because that happens when
I
you
would
with
say we
somebody, but
separated.
huh?
I would say we separated more than breaking up. I don't like that
I would
term.
say it got to be something deeper than that though, because it's like you saying, I feel, you saying that things happen, right? But if y'all understand that, then why break up? I don't get it.
Because you can go through things and at the same time it can be too heavy on you mentally or emotional to the point to where you can't be a present partner, and we were both going through that.
Well, that's a temporary thing though. Like over time, it'll come back, right? With patience,
I mean,
right?
that was part of the conversation. I feel like he and I understand that if it's really meant to be, if that's really where home is, we'd find our way back to each other, but it just hasn't gotten to that point, and we've both been living our lives.
Wow. Heavy moment separated y'all. It wasn't cheating. It wasn't no.
Mm-mm.
Wow,
It
that's
wasn't cheating. It wasn't
that's
abuse.
deep. Like that's gonna happen. So that's like being married and wow, and this thing's gonna happen in life. I'm not about to. One of you had kids. Y'all just separated because things was heavy.
It was, but
Oh,
that's the thing. Some, it may not be heavy enough for a separation for some people, but to other people, it's devastatingly heavy. So
that's mm, that's scary though. Like
I also
low
think
key,
that
make why would get. I'm just saying on the other end, like why would anybody wanna? If it was like that, right? I probably
Mhm.
wouldn't. Me myself, I probably would never want to be with a person that's like that in general, right? Because I'm like, dang. So times get heavy, and we got to separate because times is heavy.
I also
That's
think that if I'm
scary.
being honest, the only thing I think he's ever been like truly dishonest with me about is I think him finding out that I had cancer was too much for him.
Oh,
Wow.
gosh.
Dang.
That's
So was it really love or was it lust? Because you did say you slept with him the first night, and night.
no, it was
So,
definitely love.
interesting. Interesting.
All that time spent getting to know each other, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
that's heavy.
my it's mine, you know what I'm saying? I can't really mess with nobody that can't give me intellectual conversation. You know what I'm saying? I don't really fucks with that, really. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can't give me that, then like I'm in and out. Like we can't
This.
even do it. So I get it.
No, I don't. I don't.
And a lot of
Because
people
things
don't. A
things
lot
gon'
of
things
people
gonna happen
really.
though. And you said that means just because that moment you ain't get what you want, right? Oh, I'm gonna go to what Chosen, right? So if Chosen was talking about like in that scenario, right? And just because somebody didn't give you the intellectual thing at that moment, now you saying it's too much for me to handle. Let me go ahead and leave. That's not cool at all. Things
Me?
gonna happen in relationships. I don't get it. What relationships
Are you
got
talking to
weaker
me?
now or something?
Are you talking to me?
Just in general, right? Because you
No,
said you
Oh
understand
no,
what
no,
she
no.
said, and then you had mentioned your part.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just saying it leaves room for, you know what I'm saying, them type of things to happen. I mean, I don't know what, she said that, they got into it, whatever, at some certain point, and, saying they weren't seeing eye to eye during the time that they was actually talking when they were apart. If I'm correct, you guys are you're still talking about the long distance relationship, right?
it wasn't long distance. He lives like
Okay.
15, 20 minutes away from
Okay.
me.
Okay. 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 Yeah. 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 But I'm just saying it left time and room for that. I like intellectual conversation. Is all that I'm saying. It sparks things.
Right.
It's
I don't
good.
think when we slept together had anything to do with the duration or validity of our relationship or whether or not we loved each other, because that part was apparent. I was the first girl he ever wanted to marry. He was the first guy I ever wanted to have kids with. And I'm not going to say
Why?
our relation, huh?
Why?
Because I felt like the world deserved another him.
What did he do so special? Because he wasn't special enough for you to stick around through hard times. So it had to be
I
something
mean,
else that
I'm
you
not
was with
gonna
him
say I'm
for.
not still there. Like, we still communicate. I'm still there for him. He's still there for me. We just did not have the ability to be present partners for each other in that way.
But
All right.
is that something
So
that
I
that's
leave it.
something
I got a couple people I gotta get in anyway. So,
yeah,
wow,
I'll mute real quick.
that's deep.
It
That's
is,
deep.
and it hurt, and I screamed, and I
I feel you,
cried, and I
but
threw
people is
things.
gonna hurt. People gonna
I
hurt in
was sliding
relationships,
down the
man.
wall
It's
like
gonna be.
Chris did when Selena died. I'm not gonna sit here and say that that was an easy decision to make. It's a decision that still breaks my heart to this day, because that was
Nah,
I felt like that was the one for me. But
I don't think. I don't know. I gotta disagree. I
Is
don't
that
think you
door
thought that.
closed though?
It had to be something deeper than that, though. Because if that was the one you would have stuck by, no matter what the situation was. So it wasn't the one enough for you to stick
sometimes loving
around.
somebody is also knowing when to walk away.
But
Okay, so that door is
you act
closed.
like no. Was you in a DV situation?
No,
Was you in a cheating situation?
no,
Was you in a emotionally abusive situation?
no.
What the? All right. Okay, I'm done. All right, I'm done.
It's more to relationships than doing the bare minimum of keeping your hands off me and not disrespecting me.
I think anything else could have worked out or could have gave it time if you was being patient.
We were being patient.
Because life
We
ain't
took
always about being
months.
happy all the time.
We
I
took
think
months
that's
to a year
that was
trying
one
to
of the.
fix it, and it
I think
just
that was the
wasn't.
best part. Not the best part, but that was one of the biggest tests right there. Was when that happened. That's when you really start really connecting with somebody when y'all go through y'all heavy times. Because like, imagine that, right? You said that was too much. Imagine if y'all had kids. Oh, that's you did say you ain't want to have kids either. But I'm just saying, like, imagine that. Like, it'd have been so super. This makes sense why you say that. Why you don't want to have kids now? Because that is gonna be a tough situation too to handle overall. Let me just okay. I don't even want to make the topic like about this all day, but I gotta let a couple people talk though, because wow, you got me, you got me.
Which question are we on,
We gonna
Cash?
talk about this again, Slim. What you
Okay.
say, back?
So which question are we on, Cash?
We was free going though, but you can hit
Okay.
the topic if you want to.
All right. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on a first date?
Your stuff sound low too, bro.
All right, let me take that. You can hear me now?
There you go. He always trying. You just reminded me last time trying that little headset. I ain't working.
Yeah, man, I'm tired of that shit. You're right. I'm just going to forfeit on that. I say, yeah, man. I think in this day and age, women make sure to spend so much of your time getting to know you through text message and FaceTime and things of that nature that sometimes, depending on your vibe, it's already planned. And I'm not saying that nobody could renege on that plan on the end of the night, but we pretty much have it already established, like, yo, all right, we going home together type of a situation. And relationships do come of that. I feel like, a lot of people have time consuming things of their life in their life, like children or jobs. So when they come outside, they want to have a good time and they want to get them cheeks spanked.
Mm.
So that's how I feel about number one. Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? I'm gonna be honest with you. It don't matter to me until it come out your mouth. You understand? Because I honestly feel like, I don't want nobody that's ran through, but we live in America. Everybody wanna preach my body, my choice, and I feel like a lot of people making a whole lot of bad decisions. It's just racking up a whole lot of body counts when it comes to that. So if you're gonna be happy out here, you either need to find something that's not outside in the field or just be accepting. Not even accepting, you just gotta push certain shit to the back of your head if you want to be in a real relationship. Would a sexless relationship be horrible to you? Why or why not? Yeah, that shit would be horrible to me. I have to be physically attracted to mine, even if I'm mentally attracted to them too. Like, I'm definitely a person that look off of sight. Like, I literally got to be visually attracted to you, physically attracted. Like, it counts for me. If Smex is in need, people should be allowed to cheat, right? Well, shit. No, I don't think so. I just feel like, if it ain't working out, y'all need to end the relationship. But I honestly don't think that people should be in with people who they don't really have that energy with. Like we could feel certain energies
I
when it
said that
comes
earlier.
to what was that, Slimmy?
I said that earlier, and Kev laughed at me.
What's
Yeah.
that? What I laugh at? You making me about to laugh now? What I laugh at? What
Because
the
the question is, if Smex is in need, should people be allowed to cheat? And I said no, and you laughed.
Oh no, yeah, I'm laughing at everybody that say that though, because it is funny though.
Yeah.
Y'all don't realize why I put that down like that
I
too
don't
though.
think she knows what
People do call
projecting
it a
is.
need though. Maybe I'm thinking about it. I don't know. Maybe I think about it for what I see it is. I don't know. I think a need is something you can't live without, or it's very important. So if it's very important, there's a reason why I said that one though. But basically, okay, I'm gonna say if it's very important, important to a person, right? Even if you love a person and they need it, say one day that you can't keep it up, keep up with it, or maybe they just like, you know what, I need it right now, and you wasn't there, so they should be allowed to cheat because it's a
No,
need.
Now,
because
It's
cheating
a need
infringes
though.
on more
It's
of a
not a want.
boundary than just no,
yeah,
but
but so my
cheating
thing is this,
infringes
right?
on more boundaries than just the
People don't
sex.
like that.
Nah, I just
They
feel
want to negotiate that need now.
Oh, Tara, projecting is when you
Hey, yo,
feel a
you want to know what's
specific
funny?
way because of
Because
something that's happening to you, so you take it out on other people.
the funny part about that is that that's exactly what it is. Now we come down to negotiating because now you can have your toys from when I'm not there, and I'm gonna have my corn sites from when you ain't here. But in no other way should you be allowing somebody else to come into this relationship unless we agreed upon that.
Mm-hmm.
But they need them doonies took out.
You know,
They better
it's
get a
times
good
where women
vibrator
want
and
it
turn
and
it
men
Them
on
say
too.
toys
no
ain't
too.
good
So it's
enough.
What was the
listen,
last question, right? What
You can go. Yeah,
people stress without smacks? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't stress without smacks. I stress without other things, and then when I get the other things, I celebrate by having smacks. Smacks is a celebration to me. I don't do it out of stress.
Oh.
Yeah.
Terry,
I think
come up. I'm
people
gonna tell
place
you the
too
reason
much
why I said
value
the
on it,
projecting thing. Cause
and they
you,
think it's more important than it actually is.
go ahead, main thing. I think everybody else did go.
Hey, Cass.
Was the
Uh, sorry for the crying baby. It's my
Oh,
nephew.
you got kids on me? Sign up, talking.
It's my nephew.
China.
Hold on, let me go in the garage.
Caught her at the right time. Like, dang, I gotta walk to this garage.
But yeah. So why do people think 304 phase is necessary? Oh, shit. I think people think that it's necessary because it gives them room to sit up here and experience new people, new things. Because at the end of the day, I don't think people really want to sit up here and just tie themselves down to one person without, seeing what what she say. You seem to could play that game where she was like, we need to test the waters. And some people, they want to test the waters. Some people want to sit up there and get out there and be as free as possible before they sit up here and just think that, oh, they're ready for marriage just because they see that their parents got married and didn't live life, or your mom didn't experience other people, or your father never experienced other people. Some people feel like that shit is necessary so you can know how to deal with different, I guess, people. when it comes to certain situations, um, I don't know. I think 3 or 4 phase shit. It isn't necessary. It's not necessary in my book, but I think it shows who's really not equally yoked. Just
Mm.
based off, like, yeah, y'all could be good in bed, but y'all not good in the household together. If that makes sense.
I just
Can
thought
I
about that.
piggyback off
You
what
just
you
made me think
said?
about that need thing again. If it's such a need, then why do people can't keep a relationship?
Can I piggyback off her real quick?
But
Okay, so I think that the term 304 phase is more of an umbrella term than actually just about someone just having a moment where they're sleeping around too. Because I think that's also the moment where women typically are dating around, figuring out what kind of man they're into, things like that. Like, does it include smacks? Most of the time, yes, but I think it's more so the phase where they figure out what they're expecting in a man. So I don't think everyone that has a 304 phase was necessarily being a 304 in that phase. It's just you're young, you're not committed, you're figuring out everything when it comes to what you want in that moment.
Then we got to rename that phase then,
I
because
think we
I
do
think
because I
I
think it's
think
one of
I
those
was
terms that
on
is
more on the lines of when I think of 3 or 4 phases. I think people who sit up here and you constantly meeting people off the internet. You constantly sitting up here, just doing all the 3 or 4 shit that your friends do. Meaning, if your homegirls, if it's a group of girls, right? And they sitting up here. Let's say a lot of y'all sitting up. Let's say your group of friends, they always linking up with dudes, different dudes, and y'all always kicking it. Y'all always kicking it with different dudes, and
Mhm.
y'all. Let's say some of y'all lay down with certain dudes in the crew, some of y'all don't. These are 3 or 4 phases
Right.
because
That's what I'm saying.
The
because a
three
lot
or four phase is a cop
or
out.
or some people think a 3 or 4 phase is her sitting up here selling her body
nah.
in
See,
exchange.
the 3 or 4 phase, the
Where
No,
three
you
or
that's
get
four
the
phase
thing.
is a
where
So
you
it
cop
get
out.
where
means
you
so
That's what
many
it is.
different things to
yeah
describe
yeah
that
I
God,
one
your
mean
stuff is
period in
low. That's
your
probably why
life.
they talking over you. Your stuff
because
low.
to me a 3 or 4 is somebody that get paid, especially out here in Vegas.
True.
So at the end of the day, it's like we talking about a slut. Now a slut is somebody who I feel like just sit up here and they get ran through for real. They ain't sitting up here. You ain't got to pay no slut to sit up here and
Trainer.
yeah, you ain't gotta sit up here and pay her for in exchange for something. She'll be down to be down for whatever just because she like you. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna fuck with him because I like the way he sit up here and act gangster or how he sit up here and dress or whatever case may be. Some other people sit up here and also I think do it for like food and shit. To me that's
Hmm.
like weird shit. Like
There's different
yeah, it's
versions of
different
what a
levels.
304 phase
It-
is to women in general. It's not all the same thing. My mom used to call her 304 phase back when she was just dating a lot of different people at one time and she wasn't sleeping with them.
It was a
She was
yo.
just
It's like
dating a
our
bunch of
mothers was
people.
hoochie mamas.
Right, that was considered that. So it's like when you say 304 phase, you have to understand like it's not the same thing to everybody and what they experience in that phase. It's usually a 304 phase is usually what's described as your young and dumb phase. And typically it does include having a lot of smacks. But it don't mean that to everybody.
Okay.
There's a literal difference. There's a difference between the 3 or 4 phase and dating. There's a difference because
I
dating,
completely understand that.
yeah, dating is okay. Cause see, when we're in a relationship, that's just a relationship. Dating is collecting data. So you gotta. It's kind of like going to the shoe store and trying on a pair of shoes. If it don't fit, it's not your size. Might look good, but hey, put it back on the shelf. But you can date more than one people. You can be in a relationship, but dating that's two different things. Now this is what the whole phase really is. A lot of times it's a cop out. That's when you're going from body to body to body to body. You know what I'm saying? Rather you have an effect, and it's literally like you run from You know what I'm saying? Like you're running from a bad breakup, a terrible upbringing, and whatever. This body here in front of you distracts you from whatever that is. So a lot of times people use like getting out of a relationship. In order to get over one person, I'm gonna get under another one. You know what I'm saying? So it's really a cop out where we don't take the time to really heal. So what we do, we just jump from bodies to bodies to
Mm.
bodies to bodies to bodies. So in the midst of that, and then a lot of women say, I'm done with the whole phase, but not all, but some women don't never get over the whole phase. They suppress the whole phase. And what I mean, they say suppress the whole phase, which means as long as a man is providing that need, she's gonna suppress it. But the moment he's not providing that need no more, it's coming back out. So the whole phase is not necessarily a phase. It's either who you are or it's who you not. That's exactly what a whole phase is.
I'm sorry, to an extent, I have to disagree.
You got Slimmy.
I mean, you are I don't know why my service is acting up today.
You see that little two dots,
You
right?
are
It's working
yeah, I
though.
do not know why my service is acting up. Yeah, it's working.
It's working
But
now.
yeah, okay. But yeah, people do this all the time. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
don't
like I say,
negate
when you
that.
get into some people, and yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Some people, and I'm not talking against you for talking against you exception. But what I'm saying is, the men do this too. You know what I'm saying? As long as they're getting their needs provided, they suppress who they really are. And then when the need is not given, or when you're not helping me distract me from whatever you need to be distracting me from, then I'll get you help. Then that's where cheating comes involved and all of these things. So some people, they do have a whole phase, but some people, it's not a phase. That's just really who they are. It's just when they get with this particular person, they suppress it until their needs are not met no more. And then that hypergamous nature really shows.
I mean, I don't disagree with your sentiment. I just disagree with the process, if that makes sense.
Oh no, like I
What do you
said,
mean when you say the process, if you don't mind me asking? What do you mean
So
process?
I don't disagree on what you're saying when you're talking about how sometimes that's just who people are and they suppress it when the need is met. Like it's not a phase for them; it's a genuine lifestyle.
Yeah,
But
but see, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead. My bad. I don't want to talk over you. Go ahead.
right, so the part I guess I disagree with personally is because when I'm amongst my friend groups or other women, or I travel and meet other people, even men, and it's like we talk about that phase in our lives for those of us who it was genuinely a phase for, right? It all sounds different. It all comes different. It's not a monolith. So it's like what in my, because even in what my opinion of a 304 phase is, it isn't the same for you. It isn't the same for somebody else. It could be different to everybody on this panel. I think it's all about the fact that people have an idea morally to themselves of what they consider loose, right? Or fast or any of that. And when you have that idea and you've cultivated that idea, that determines what you consider someone as, when it's like, okay, no, because of that understanding I have, that's what makes her a slut, or that's what makes her a trick, or that's what makes anybody any of these things. So that's why I say it's such a gray area. It's like the term queer. It doesn't
Okay.
mean, huh?
Okay. Well, see, the thing is about the gray area. I do agree with you in the sense of everybody. Well, I will say this: everybody start their whole phase differently, and it be for different reasons. It's kind of like, let's just give for an example. We're both like alcoholics, and we trauma bond with this alcohol. But the thing is, once I'm not an alcoholic no more, then what bonds us is this bottle. But we were alcoholics. We were both alcoholics for two different reasons. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Whatever we're running from, we run to this bottle, and when this bottle is our base. This is what we run to. So the reason why I'm an alcoholic and the reason why you're an alcoholic, we're running from two different things, but we're running to the same place. And then, of course, when I get tired of running, et cetera, et cetera. Now we're looking at particularly the whole phase. You know what I'm saying? Why I say people suppress who they are and who they not. Like I said, but
That's the
people
part
get
I
out of
agree with.
relationship. Yeah. Oh no, no. Yes, I'm saying I'm not talking against you. When people get out of when people get out of a relationship, they don't take the time to heal. And like I said, any traumatic experience, we all gonna face trauma from time to time. You got two types of people in the world who gonna face trauma and heal from it, and who gonna run from trauma and hold on to it and traumatize other people. So what we'll
Mm-hmm.
do, and this is why the number two, why people are so ashamed of body count, because think about it, everybody had access to me. You know what I'm saying? The king or the queen don't sleep with everybody in the village, and everybody have access to you. But nobody ever stop to think, why are you doing this? It's a reason for everything. And I tell men all the time, every man ain't. I tell men all the time, every woman ain't worthy of your seed, and I tell women, every man ain't worthy of your body. So why are we jumping around like this? More times than not, the excess of dopamine and all of these things. I'm not trying to get scientific, but there's a reason why we're jumping from bodies to bodies to bodies. You know what I'm saying? And we confuse with having fun with ruining our future. You know what I'm saying? We
Mm-hmm.
get that confused as youths. So with that being said, the whole I'm gonna land here. The 304 phase is a form of escapism from something. We just got to figure out what that is.
All right, Codified. Hey, Codified.
I think he's doing something.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna ask a
Yeah, no, I
question.
absolutely agree with that. I kind of disagree with the body count thing. I think it matters less now than it did like 10 years ago.
I'm still on the first one, the on in white. Um, can you take a person serious after sleeping with them with someone on the first date? Yeah, I think so. Um, I just think it's all depends who's doing the sleeping. I think because I done seen some relationships get built off that first date. Um, shit. Like I said, I think you can take somebody serious. It's all about how serious are you really taking that person.
Mm-hmm.
If you know that you're not in a situation to just get what you can up out of them and just walk away, you know, it wasn't really what it was. But if you understand, like, oh, you giving your body to somebody that you actually want to build with, you want to grow with in life, you can see yourself actually being good to, then that's different. That's just my
The
thoughts.
longest and most fulfilling
That's a yeah.
relationships
That
I
that.
ever had came off a first night.
Mm,
I'm
that's a
really not about
yes
to
or no
expose
for me.
myself so much, but I sure did. I did it on the first night with my man, and we've been together 10 years now. So shit. Like I said, it's a depends on who you dealing with, cause everybody ain't gonna take you serious.
And I think it's okay for someone to not want to take you serious for that. I'm not saying that people are wrong for having that viewpoint. Whatever works for you is what works for you, absolutely. But do I think it's possible? Yes.
It's possible, but highly unlikely. It's unlikely because you don't know the person that you're sleeping with. It's possible because you can actually make a connection just going in the same direction that you're going in. So, I mean, it's possible. It's
Uh,
possible.
can I answer the second question?
Go, go
I
ahead.
never got. I know you was going. Do you want to go ahead and finish the whole thing, or you want to
No, no,
let
no.
me
I said you
answer?
can go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just trying to catch up to everybody else. That's it. But
Yeah.
chosen, go ahead.
His service is cut in and out.
My
I also think
apologies.
attractability politics plays a part in that too, though.
That's interesting.
And playing what?
And like things like whether sleeping on the first date matters or somebody's body count. Like I think attractability politics plays a huge part in that as well.
Yeah.
I
So
think as far as body
let me get
count,
everybody through though, because we not even
Okay.
on open panel. A
Uh,
few people ain't even talk yet. But I'm gonna let main
Coding.
thing.
No,
She gotta go through.
we tried to
Huh?
Yeah,
tell
we
them,
try to
but
we try to get
yeah.
coding on them trying to talk, but they ain't saying nothing. They
oh,
just like they must be doing something.
everybody already answered all the questions.
No.
Yeah, we just running
Oh,
through the
okay.
where we going through the questions. There ain't that many people at the moment right now. We gotta let everybody run through it, then we do the open panel.
Oh, okay, okay. So I gotta run them. Okay, that's the first one. And the first two. Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? They're ashamed to say it because they know it's gonna put them in a certain lighting where they'll turn off the person that they really trying to track. Because people could sit up here and say, "Oh, I slept with this amount of people," right? And a person will automatically think like, "Damn, you nasty, you filthy, like you dirty," like, and it's because people know that shit don't sound good. I don't give a fuck how you put it. It just doesn't sound good when you make it seem like you're so accessible. And that's what body count shows. Body count shows how many people you actually had access to, when it came to your gave access to when it came to your body. Because it's like, damn, if I was just out here telling everybody, yeah, I got over 500 bodies, how would that shit sound, and how would that shit make me and my partner look? Like that shit gonna make people be like, oh, what the fuck, like. But like I said, it's all about the people that can actually handle the people who actually care about the body count. Because I think if you genuinely care about to know your partner body count, where you like, hey, what's your body count? How many bodies? How many people you done had you? And you sitting up here like, I'm not that kind of girl. I don't want to sit up here and tell you what, like, because people will put you in that type of position where they be like, why do you care? Like, that's weird. And truth be told, shit, like I said, the people that really care about that shit gonna ask you that shit. But I think the people that genuinely just trying to get to know you and see where your mindset at, they ain't really gonna be caring to ask you that shit, because they naturally gonna let it happen, or naturally let you tell them about it in a way where it's like, oh, you can tell him about your past relationships or the past people you dealt with, and he could determine how many people you done really been around, or gave your body to that wasn't good for you. You get what I'm saying?
Right, right. Well, for me,
Before you
what I
go,
was trying to
chosen.
say.
Before you go, chosen.
Go
I'm
ahead,
gonna, I'm
go
gonna
ahead, go
just
ahead.
hold off until up. Actually, I'm just because I know everybody probably stored up and stuff, so we just gonna do the first two, and then I'm gonna do open panel. And then that one, I just seen a comment. I want to say something. She said, "Fear of judgment and shame." I feel like I feel like that should be a thing too, though. But like, if you don't judge and shame yourself first, I feel like that's even worse. Like, how you not? How do people not feel weird for sitting there sleeping with a bunch of people? I don't know. I don't know. If you immune to that and say you can just suck a bunch of
Right,
this and
right.
do all that, and you don't have no shame behind that, I think that's a problem. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe every human different. But
Uh,
go ahead.
but
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, yeah.
Did you go already, chosen? You did the first two yet?
No. I started it, and my
Yeah. What
Wi-Fi
about
started acting up.
Kev? What about the people who be like, ain't no shame in my game?
Yeah. That's who they trying to convince. I don't know who they trying to. Convince.
We answering the
It
first
was
two
like I was
questions.
saying. I'm not
Yeah,
ashamed of
I ain't
my
no
body.
chosen didn't answer yet. So you could do the first two, and then justice is. This dude got me saying.
I already did number
Justice
one.
is next, and then
I
Cody
go
Bird
after
after that.
Justice. Yeah, okay, cool.
Uh, and then
Yeah.
back up.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. um, yeah. I'm not ashamed to say my body count. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Getting around like that. It does matter. If we live in a small town, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to see all your test drives, you know what I'm saying? You saying what's up, and I got to be curious about, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I'm committing, or, you know what I'm saying? I'm considering committing to you, or we walking around you know, the more serious it gets, you know what I'm saying? The more I'm gonna be like, oh, who was that dude? You know what I'm saying? Oh, your friend? Oh, is that your friend too? You know what I'm saying? Like, that reflects on me. I can't be that guy.
Mm. All right. Go ahead, Justice. We just doing. I guess the first three then. I even know it's on body count
I
already, but
oh, I'm doing number one or number two
you're
on
doing the
both.
green, and then you're gonna do the first prompt and the second prompt.
Okay, why do people think 3 or 4 phase is necessary. They think it's necessary. They saying it's just for different reasons. Some women think it's sexual liberation. Some men think they sow your royal oats and all of these different things or whatever. Figure out what you want. But and I'm not a religious person by no means, but it's a reason why they say don't have sex before marriage. And because guess what? If y'all both are new to each other, guess what? You don't know what better or worse feel like. But when everybody have had access to you, then guess what? You got something to compare. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. You have access to everybody. So some people feel that it's necessary for many different reasons. You know what I'm saying? Some people feel that it's necessary. Go out there and sample what you like. So it's never really, I would never say a good reason, I don't think. I can't see your screen.
My bad, this thing tripping.
Okay. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? I mean, it's possible. It's possible, you know what I'm saying? But that means the person already discovered your body, you know what I'm saying? Now that this person discovered your body, can y'all connect mentally, spiritually, physical, and financially? You know what I'm saying? Because it's more than just a body. Because guess what? Y'all gonna get old one day, and it's gonna get to a point where all y'all can do is talk. And that's why a lot of couples don't get along. Older couples. The reason why a lot of older couples don't get along because we're past the days where we was knocking each other down. But now all we got left to do is talk, and we can't stand each other. You know why? Because we didn't take the time to communicate with each other effectively. Which communication is the most important component of a relationship. It's more important than trust, because communication is what builds the trust. So it can happen, but you got to be able to connect after the intimacy part. Let's see. Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? Men aren't ashamed to say their body counts. Women are.
I
Men
think
are
they
proud.
is when they say when it's too low.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When we talk about under think of high body count, men aren't ashamed to say it. When the high body counts is too high for women, they're ashamed to say it. If it's too low, women are proud. If it's too low, men aren't proud. So it depends on the gender. You know what I'm saying? And it starts with the numbers game.
I
You know what I'm saying?
mean, yeah, but the thing is, bro,
Hold
like
on,
usually
let
you
me
ask a
finish.
woman,
Let me finish. What I'm saying is this. And I promise I'm gonna be quick.
No, you ain't gotta worry about getting blocked. People don't do that.
When we were kids, we played the numbers game. It was pressure. You know who was really pressuring us to sleep with women? Other dudes. You're a virgin. You're a virgin. Ha. So how can I get these dudes to shut the hell up? Oh, okay. Let me go get a body real quick. Let me go manipulate a girl. Da 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 da. And now you think it's good, and then it turns into you only messed with one girl. I saw this on Kane Carter, and he said you only messed with one girl. Now welcome to the numbers game. You know what I'm saying? And so now we're racking up on bodies. You know what I'm saying? Well, you could have just actually taken your time to get to know somebody. So I mean, like, as far as a woman is concerned, it does matter to them. That's why they can't answer it straight up, because everybody have had access to you. What makes you special? When the guy down the street had you, when the guy across town had you, and then when I get you, what make you special? You know what I'm saying? If everybody bitten off the same apple, you know what I'm saying? Do I want a piece of this apple too? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, a lot of people they talk about. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna say I'm blunt. A lot of people want to say that body count don't matter. More times than not, those people have high body counts. But I'm gonna land now.
For sure. Codified and my brother Bagger. Then we got an open panel because I know everybody needs to.
All right.
What's up,
Man, I'm
brother?
still
You
at
alright?
work. Yeah, I'm good, man. Let's see. Why do people think 304 phase is necessary? Because they did it. That's why. Yeah, they did it. And it probably came from the reason they did it was probably some traumatic stuff. You know? That them abandonment issues, that's real. It's the most prevalent issue amongst our people, and it's the least addressed. And people feel because they did it, I don't necessarily think some of them think other people should do it, but they wouldn't discourage someone from doing it, or they would understand why someone else did it. Let's see, can you take a relationship? No. I did it once, and it was because of whew, it was because somebody was assaulted as a child.
Oh,
I'm talking about first night. This was after talking on the phone for a few weeks, you know? And come to find out, I think I was being used to play her victimizer in her reenactment. So that really creeped me the hell out. So that first day stuff, I'll be careful of that, man. You may be used to play the role of the victimizer in somebody reenacting their childhood trauma. Why are people ashamed to say their body count? Because of that. Because of that reason. I mean, it's a terrible thing, man. It really is. I didn't think it happened that often until I became a paramedic. Because I thought when it did happen, it was punished very severely, and it didn't happen that often. But when I became a medic, man, it opened me up to a whole real world out here. It happened. It became a very uncomfortable job to do, having to read those reports, and then it's weird. Yeah, it was really really uncomfortable. Um, was that the third one? Was that
I
where
think that's it
everybody
right
ended
there.
at?
Yeah, you
And
good
my
on
my
that.
body count is in the single digits, and I'm about to retire with no children. I'm
There
saying I'm
you
about to
go. There
retire
you
with no
go.
children, man, because I'm telling you that SA stuff, bro. I ask females, I don't mess with females that been SA, and DV'd. If they ever been in any of those situations, I leave them alone, man, because it's too high risk. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of risk involved with that. That has somebody starting over from a homeless shelter or a halfway house. So yeah, I'm about to retire. I'm might just gonna do the last of my days with no lineage, man. I yield.
He said he ain't. Wow. All right. Let me get Bagger, and then we got Sean. I thought we got they were two brothers up in the building. Go ahead, Bagger. What you got for me? We got the first. You remember the first one, the green one, and then the first two.
But what's up, Kev? Salute to you, bro. First off, you know what I'm saying,
For
before
sure,
anything.
man. What's up?
What's up, bro? Shout out to everybody on the panel as well. Kev, you always got the good questions going on, man. Why do people think 3 or 4 phase is necessary? For sheer sport, bro. It's sport, bragging points, you know what I'm saying, the exploration, man. A lot of people, I think somebody was saying that earlier, you don't feel like if you've, went through your 3 or 4 phase that you can fit in conversation with most people, right? So it's for sheer sport, bro. You know what I'm saying? And to say that you did this or, you got, the notches under the belt, you know what I'm saying, type deal. So it's for sheer sport, bro. And we learned this from coming up in the middle school table to the high school lunch tables, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, rec you was in to where you are now, man. For some reason, it just meant a lot for you to brag about what you done, so can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first night? No, I can't. I'm not judging you. I'm not knocking what we did, right? Because we both were in the vibes and felt it, you know what I'm saying? But if I got it the first night, how many other niggas done got it the first night? You dig what I'm saying? And to me, you know what I'm saying, like, what's the old saying? And we live by this, man. Most of us do anyway, but you know what I'm saying? I don't want it if it's that easy. You know what I mean? If I go to the cookie jar and the cookie jar won't close at all, and I was just able to reach into there, elbow deep, and get me a cookie, it's like, damn. It's like, damn, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas done took all the cookies from me, man. So it's like, that's
Said the
that's
elbow
what
deep. Wow.
elbow deep in the cookie, man. So it's like, teachers on, everybody had their thrills. Like she just said, like we live out here in Vegas, it's a revolving door out here. So, a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying, is in and out. You ain't looking for nothing too serious, no way. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, first night, we ain't going far. Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? Because deep down inside, regardless of everybody on this earth, man, spiritual. No matter if you want to accept it, embrace it or not, it ain't got nothing to do with religion. You say it don't matter because deep down inside, you know it does matter. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless of how we try to take it, whatever like that, you got 110 bodies or some shit like that. It's like, okay, you got to value your value. You got to know your worth. Everybody shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying, have access to your body. You know what I'm saying? And that goes on both sides. It ain't just, you know what I'm saying, woman and man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't just woman. You know what I'm saying? It's on both sides. You know what I mean? So
You
body
scared
count
me. I'm
does
like, who
matter.
the other one of his woman?
Oh yeah. Oh, yep, Trip. Yeah, for sure.
Monsters.
Appreciate you catch me on that. But you know what I'm saying? They're ashamed to say their body count because deep down inside, you know what I'm saying? Like you know it matters. So that's why I'm gonna end with that.
Okay. My brother Sean in the building. What you got for me, man?
What up? Where we at? Oh, I forgot you be having that one hitting at the top.
Yeah.
Why do people think thrill? I think a lot of times. I think people are conditioned to believe that you need it and it's necessary. And I think people always, especially in certain communities, they encourage that you have fun, aka sleep around in your 20s, and then in your 30s you settle down. And they wrap it in a form of you too young, you still getting to know yourself. So I think we are socially conditioned to believe that I wouldn't necessarily say a 3 or 4 phase. We are taught to enjoy yourself. In a process of enjoying yourself, people connect that with SMEX. So I think in a sense, people are just conditioned to believe that settling down too early with one person is not a good thing. So you need to experience more bodies in a sense. They don't say bodies, but they want you to experience more partners. Therefore, when you do settle down, you're pretty confident in the person that you settle down with. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? I'm not going to answer for myself. Damn, is this in general or I could just speak on just me personally?
You can do both. Go and do both.
Yeah, I ain't
if you
gonna
want to
speak
do
on
one. Come on.
For me, yes. Because I know if I sleep with a woman on the first date, it don't mean that I don't value myself as a man. It don't believe. I believe that I do have something in me that would make a woman want to sleep with me on the first night. Some dudes don't believe that, but I believe I have certain things and qualities that, hey, you know, and I know pretty much a woman may have something that I want, and she'll make me want to give it up on the first night. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think nothing wrong with it. Some people do, but hey, that's everybody. Everybody got different perspective, I guess. Why are people ashamed to say their body count? I don't believe it's nobody's business. At the end of the day, it's not that I'm ashamed or people should. Well, some people are ashamed. Let me say that, but I'm gonna speak for me. I don't think there's nobody's business to me to tell you how many partners I've been with. I think certain things are just personal. And at the same time, I believe that women don't mind sharing their body count with other women, and men don't mind sharing their body count with other men. I think when it comes down to sharing the body part with a man and a woman, I think that maybe they are ashamed in a sense, or some people feel like it ain't your business. It's kind of hard for me to answer that one, really.
What about if your partner, is that your partner business, or you wouldn't tell them?
Nah, it's what my wife did prior to me has nothing to do with me. What I did to her prior to me getting with her has nothing to do with her. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody gonna lie. I mean, you never really gonna know. See what I'm saying? That's why I feel like it don't matter because
I feel you on that. I guess I'm getting to is like just like people be saying they want to look up like Carfax or something like that or whatever, and she's just like, well, I just before I get to know you. Even though people don't ask it, I know people don't ask it though. But I'm just saying one of those they reasons. Like I just want to, know if you
I
was.
ask for different reasons.
the only reason. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all. You basically got what I was getting to though. What about that?
Yeah, I think as long as I'll put it this way. If you do a test and everything come back clean, who cares about how many people you've been with? If you don't have no type of STD or anything on you, Me knowing your body count and her knowing my body count, what is that going to do for us? I don't believe it's going to change anything. And I know a lot of times they say women lie about their body count, so me and you would never really know. And I know a lot of dudes ain't going to really be upfront. So I mean, and if we judge women based upon our body counts, then I think we shouldn't be questioning anybody's body count if you know you have a lot yourself.
No, but I mean, like, okay, well, this is what I went through when I answered that question.
There's a panel, y'all.
How would you feel, you know what I'm saying, if she was waving, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I guess if y'all married or whatever, I mean, say y'all went on a trip or whatever, y'all was in Miami, whatever, or wherever, you know what I'm saying? And she seen somebody that she, you know what I'm saying, might have flown her out one time and said hi. You thought she never been there before, and and it just so happened that she knows somebody. You ain't gonna be like, oh, who's that? You know what I'm saying? Because she probably not gonna introduce y'all. She just gonna do the in passing thing.
And you know what you just said? You kind of proved the point. You don't know. Why would I put myself in a position to where I'm thinking of all these hypotheticals? In reality, I don't know a damn thing. It could be a dude next door that she probably been with. I don't know. So if I don't know,
they start saying, "Dang."
I mean, you have an idea about how explicit things can get. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Then. Let's just say you as the man, right, and your woman see, and I think it all depends on how we feel as men compared to how women see us. Like, let's say you was out with your woman or whatever, and she happened to you happen to run across a woman that you slept with. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna be like, hey baby, I slept with that woman over there? Or you ain't gonna say nothing?
I'm probably not gonna say nothing because I mean, I probably ain't even gonna wave or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Why not? Why not? Are you ashamed? Why not?
Why not? Because I don't keep in contact with everybody that, you know what I'm saying? It's like if I was a hustler or something like that, and then, you know, somebody knew that and they walk up to me in front of me and my wife and my kids and I, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not on that. I'm gonna keep walking, and you know what I'm saying? That was a different time.
The way you asked that though, that's like instigating. Who gonna do that? Who would do that?
Hey, but hold on. My point is you don't know. That's my whole thing is asking questions about something that I look at it. I believe this. You could tell the truth, and I don't believe that the truth will set you free. I don't believe in that shit. Sometimes a lot of people get away and they progress in life by lying a lot, because sometimes the truth. If you sit here and tell a woman or a woman tell a man up front, hey, I got 30 bodies, and she could be a good woman, right? And that's her past, right? You ain't gonna want to talk to her because you're gonna judge her. You're gonna judge her based upon her past. If a man say, hey, I'd have got about 25, 30 body counts, maybe 100, it's a chance that woman.
That depends on the man. That depends on the man.
Right. I mean, it really do. I feel like, you know what I'm saying, women provide that access. You know what I'm saying? It's you know.
That depends on the man, because some men who haven't had big exposure could be intimidated by a woman who had higher exposure. Then they're comparing themselves to past partners and all of these different things. And
so that has nothing to do with the woman then, right? That has everything to do with you as a man.
Both. It has something to do with both. Well, mostly on the inside, because it's an ego thing. For some odd reason, humans, you know, we got to look at the unalive body. You know what I'm saying? We got to look at it. Even when we cheat we cheat and stuff like that. We want to know what the person looked like. Like, no, damn, the person cheated on you. Forget what they look like. We don't care. They did it. But we got to see the person. Is they better than you? The woman is she's prettier than me? The guy want to think, is he more successful? Do he have more money? Is he bigger than me? So, I mean, like, it's more so of an ego thing in some instances, not all instances. So that's why I say it depends on the men, because there's men out there who probably don't care. On the same token, it got nothing to do with ego, but you got some men out here who don't want to be with a woman who everybody had access to. So it really depends on.
So okay, let's go with the man then, right? I would say if you have low body count, I feel like it's okay for you. If you want a woman with a low body count, hey, I'm okay with that, right? But if you yourself as a man, if you look at it that, because I hear a lot of men say it's access, right? I don't care if it's access or whatever it may be, how a man have to get it. Having sex with someone, it doesn't matter how you got it. At the end of the day, you have another body on you. So I think, in a sense, we look at how can we look at if a woman have multiple partners, we look at women a certain way, but as a man, if you are logical, as we say, and we have standards about ourselves, how can we demean our own bodies by having multiple women that we're entering also? I mean, those same STDs is available to a woman as it is to a man. So I don't understand that.
Because
It's
because
not. It's
because
not really. It's not really.
we cannot be ignorant to the fact that there is a double standard. Anybody gonna like me saying
There is. I mean,
real is real.
there kind of is. You got
It
it.
is a double standard. Yeah, but I
You
mean, a
got that
master
one word.
key. If my key can go ahead, go ahead.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he got that one bar. Man,
The
God,
one bar
justice,
standard.
that man must be a truck driver. His service always bad, man.
Nah, I'm good. Listen, I'm back. But listen, it's the master key analogy. You know what I'm saying? If my key can unlock any lock, I got a master key. But if any key can unlock this lock, then it's a useless lock. So I mean, it's a double standard. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man. I can if I get
That's
if I
crazy.
get a
Talk that
thousand
shit.
women, listen. If I get a listen, if I get 1,000 women pregnant, you know what I'm saying? I have 1,000 babies next year. A woman can only get pregnant once a year, maybe twice if she go get out right after 9 months. I mean, it's double standards in this. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
hear that,
I'm
but
not
look,
saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right, but it's double
no,
standards. You know what I'm
it
saying?
is. It is kind of righteous. I mean, the only reason why I would say that is because, like I said, women provide access. They can pretty much, you know what I'm saying, provide that access to as many. We gotta deal with tons of rejection. We gotta, you know what I'm saying, figure out a different, you know what I'm saying, way to talk to. You know what I'm saying. We deal with that. You know, she can do that. You know what I'm saying. She can do that.
And yeah,
So it is different. It don't really got too much to do with that master lock key thing. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you
She
a
born.
question? Hold
She
on.
18. She ready. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Or
let
the
me ask
breeze
you
is-
this. I understand double standards exist, right? But I would ask this as far as a different perspective. Did you come up with these thoughts on your own, or society have influenced you to believe that if a woman allow several men in her body compared to a man having multiple body counts, it's totally different, right? Have that something that you came with on your own as your own individual man, or you allowed society to tell you what is right and what is
I
wrong?
think I
well, the
want to say
thing,
this. I
No,
want to answer it though real
if you
quick
go
before
on
that.
Wifer, if you go on Wifer, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Even though it probably ain't that way no more, you know what I'm saying. You gonna want that idea of innocence, like you know what I'm saying, like this is me. You know, I ain't gotta really be concerned about whether she you know what I'm saying was giving up threesomes in the you know what I'm saying in the you know what I'm saying like is you want it for you. You want that innocence. You want to feel like she's untouched, even if she's not. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna want her to at least have some type of discernment on how much she should actually be. You know what I'm saying? Giving access to whomever, because she can give access to whomever, especially if she getting approached a
Okay,
whole lot.
one last question, and I'm gonna mute
Wait,
up.
before you go that quick, I wanted to answer it too
hold on.
though, real quick. He just
Yeah, I wanted to answer it
took
too.
Yeah, right. Well, both of us want to answer that, right? Before we go to that,
Yeah,
I wanted to say that I don't think it take the world for us to notice that it's more easier, because that's what he mean by the double standard though. Because we can cry about why it's so easy for women to have sex, you know what I'm saying? Well, we already know how it's like kind of the opposite and stuff. It's usually harder for men to get it, you know. So I
exactly.
think it's always just been like that. Like I don't think we have to get our mind like they didn't have to brainwash us for that, because it's like, oh my, we already know
Common
whoever
sense.
go outside opening their legs, who's going to be going to jail and who's going to be getting that access. I mean, we already know how that is. That's just that's literally how it is though. So I think though it's always been that goal, and I'm not trying to say I think both of it is a problem right on both ends, right? But I look at it that you know some things are easy. I mean, when things are easy, like that's why they say play hard to get. You don't tell a man. I don't think they tell men to play hard to get. 'Cause
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
so
like,
I
and
ain't, I ain't
and hold
never
on,
heard nobody say that.
let me
that's
get a piece of
scripturally right to do.
let me
Yeah,
get a
like
piece of that question too. And on top of all that, if women will be actually be honest, they don't want them. This how funny body count is. Men want women with low body counts, and I ain't saying women want men with high body counts. But when she get in that mode, she want a man to know what he doing. She do want him to have some experience. They just be honest. They got if they not gonna. That's not honest if they say, "Oh man, I could teach him. I could do that." That put you in a masculine position to where you have to show him. Just imagine a woman taking a man's virginity, but she got, you know what I'm saying? That's not going to be a, you know what I'm saying? So typically, when a woman want to be with a man, if we being honest with ourselves, a woman want a man with some experience and know what he doing in that bedroom. Come on, bro. Let's be honest. You know what
A
I'm saying?
304
So
too. Sorry, said that point, but yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just
But
saying she don't want a
I
man with
feel
some
you on that. But
experience.
that's the only thing I'd be because I heard somebody say that before though. I say it is true, but for the most part, it's a woman that done had bodies and stuff. That because ain't no unexperienced woman gonna be like, I think I want that. You know, because they
But
not
but
used to getting it. That's their first time getting it. So how they know? Just like remember we was
hold
talking about
on,
earlier.
brother.
What is good
But
smacks and what's bad smacks if a
but
person is a virgin?
But you remember I said that if they're two virgins, that's another thing. But let's just say a woman
Yeah,
had one or two, and she's not a virgin, or let's just say she be because it's not one size fit all. Let's just say a woman been with a man for years, like let's just say for 5 years, and that's the only
I
person she
get you.
have. She have experience, but even though she didn't have to go out and experience the world to grab experience, because she's experienced this same man over and over, and they learn new things. Then I come in the picture with my lollipop, and I'm like, hey yo, let me see what I can do. She could be like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? Because she had something, she had better. So you know what I'm saying? So women gonna want a man with some type of experience, you know what I'm saying, to get her there.
You know what this sound like to
Shine,
me?
before you go, 'cause I know you got some more. Let me get back in real quick because I think he wanted to answer too. I seen him on mute.
No, y'all good, man. I'm gonna come back. Oh, biting on this sandwich, man. I'll be back.
All
Back to
right.
it.
Say something.
He let me go.
Oh, it
This
look like
sound
the
like
women want to answer that too. It look like.
this sound like, and I'm gonna give my perspective, right? You know, I don't tell people that they wrong. I just believe that everybody don't see life the same way, and we all have different set of eyes, and we have different perspectives. And what I see in life, everybody don't see. So I'm okay with that, right? But what I'm hearing is, it sounds like some shit like, imagine me screaming out Black Lives Matter, but I'm out here unaliving black men, right? It don't even make sense. So if I look at a woman, we want women to have their innocence, right? Then I can't be out here as a man taking innocence away from women. Then, so to
True.
me, it I don't care what society says. The shit just don't add up to me. If you out here saying Black Lives Matter, but you out here unaliving black people, then you're a walking contradiction. If you want a woman to have innocent and low body count, but you out there taking innocence and taking bodies, you know different. I
Yeah,
don't see
but
it that way.
I want to say this
check it
then,
out.
according to that, right? Because that go back to when I was hearing younger, right? When I was a little younger, and I think it do make sense though, because like that's like telling a person just because they big. Because the thing is, it's called want or what you prefer. So just because somebody's big, they don't have to date another big person because they big already. They might be interested in skinny. That it's just interest, you know. Because I'm light skinned, that don't mean I have to date somebody light skinned like me. I might
Hold
be
on,
interested.
hold on.
You're light
Your
skinned.
skin, hold on. Your skin and your weight is not like as far as an action. Like your skin is not an action. That's not something you do. That is
I
something
get
you're
you.
born with, right? So when I mean as far as an action is, when people say hypocrite, I think people have that word wrong. If I'm out here cheating, if I say, hey Kev, you shouldn't be out there cheating on your wife, right? If you was
Okay.
married, but I tell you, don't be cheating on your wife because it's wrong. But at the same time, I'm over here cheating on my wife. That's a
True.
hypocrite because I'm,
Yeah, I
I'm
feel you
telling
on
you,
that.
I'm telling you
Nah,
to not do something that I'm actually doing myself. So if I want a woman to have innocence, I shouldn't be out here taking innocence as a man also.
Yeah. That's why I say I feel you on that, but like the thing is, anybody can want what they want though. That don't mean you. I mean, you can be a hypocrite or not. I'm just getting on the want part. Like we can't say that somebody's not going to desire something that's not them. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody might not be I'm trying to think of some clean stuff. Man, what the heck going on? Somebody might. I
they
guess
down.
they might not be a freak, I guess, or whatever. They might want a freak. You know, I don't know what the heck it is. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a want thing. You don't have to, sometimes you don't have to be what you want all the time. But yes, I understand the hypocritical part, but it just goes back to like, you don't have to. even though people gonna laugh though, just like I seen this one video with this girl, but some I want a man that work out and all that stuff, and they was like about 400 pounds a piece and stuff, and I was like, what the heck, you know what I'm saying? But it's just a want, you know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna have their desires. That you don't have to match your desires. So that's the part I'm talking about, because they don't make it seem like just because a dude is not in there that he wouldn't want an innocent. And I hate that they always tie that to innocence. The heck, so many people got innocent and go,
You
but
wifing her. Like, come on, man.
I mean, we have to be honest with ourselves. A lot of the what do you call it? Wanting her to be pure and virginal, and what did you just say? Innocent. All of that has to do with the deep-seated or deep-rooted P word Ophelia in the patriarchy. So
oh my God,
I'm not a
say the
feminist.
words.
I'm not a feminist. I don't subscribe to feminism. I don't believe that's for people that look like us. But
We look.
what
We
I'm
are. We
saying is,
are.
hold on, I wasn't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is a lot of the standards that were set for the benefit of men. And I understand some of the standards that we are held to as women when it comes to having a low body count and things like that were meant to keep us protected in a way. But it's a double standard for a reason. It's because it benefits the person that's on the other end of that standard. Men are allowed to wild out while women are taught to suppress their sexual urges.
Yeah, I don't like that double standard either. So we already know how like.
But I'm
I
not
mean,
ashamed of my body count. You asked me earlier, and I told you.
Yeah, I know you not ashamed. You already told me you was being real, and I feel it. I respect that.
there's plenty of double standards though, and some of them are in women's favor also. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah, you
mean,
don't see nobody crying about that.
I'm not saying they're not.
Uh,
it
I
happens.
only
You know
But
what I'm
the
saying?
stuff that works
He
in our
came back with that
benefit
one
in
bar
our
heavy too.
context, most men aren't crying or complaining about.
Well, yeah, I ain't get. I ain't getting no opportunity, like, you know, they jump in. I got to interrupt somebody. Okay, hold up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm really patient. I'll wait, but I just want to speak.
No,
I only
I was
got
cracking
65.
on Justice. He had that one bar.
Yeah, I only got 65.
So wait, is we talking about number
He got 65 datas.
We still talk. It's open panel, but like
Nah, I'm
I mean,
joking, man.
body
It's only
count
6.
really
I'm
shouldn't
playing.
matter if
Listen,
you
I'm
care
playing,
about
y'all.
that person. When I ask about body counts or stuff like that, I don't even necessarily ask about body counts, but your sexual history matters to me because it's imperative to my life. Having cancer, I have to be very careful who I sleep with and how they take care of themselves because that can easily affect me, given how weak my immune system is. That's different. It's not a moral standard. That's something I have to be concerned about. But for the most part, as long as you come back with negative paperwork and I come back with negative paperwork and we're committed to each other, I don't care who you've been with.
Hey,
Let's do it.
I don't mean to get too. I'm not trying to get personal at all, but when you said you're a cancer survivor, right?
No, I still have cancer.
Oh, okay. And I'm trying to see if I'm connecting it right. When you said something about who you sleep with, it's more. I think I've dated someone before, and she had recovered from it, and she said she had to watch the type of men because men carry HPV, and she said that triggered cervical cancer in her. So is that true?
It's true, but that's not my situation.
Okay, I got you. I was just trying to see where you're coming from. Okay, I got you.
No, I have breast cancer.
Can I answer the rest?
And it's also a fact that it's harder to get an STD from a woman than it is from a man.
That's true. That's true, Kel.
What happened?
Did y'all answer number 3?
Oh,
Can y'all
eating
hear
some
me?
chips. What the heck?
Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
She said,
You said that they answer number. I was over there trying to.
Man, I didn't even finish, man. But go ahead.
I know. I don't even think he fit. That's all. It confused me though. I don't even know what happened. I was like, y'all had
my
two
bad.
conversations at once. I was like, what? And I zoned out too.
Nah, she could go ahead because I've been talking for a while. She could go ahead.
All right. So would a smexless relationship be horrible to you? Um, I'm gonna say this. I don't think it's a horrible thing at all because at the end of the day, I understand like uh specs don't last forever. Um, and I think when you found you a partner to where specs isn't everything, then yes, I think it could work. I don't think it's a horrible thing. I think it's horrible to the people who don't have self control.
Mm,
I think it's horrible to the people who sit up here and think about it 24/7.
mm,
Um, so it's not a horrible thing because shit, eventually when you grow older with the person you with, it ain't even gonna be what it is no more. You ain't gonna be sitting up here sleeping with the person like you was when you was 25. That's where now you're providing intimacy and peace in a different way. And a lot of people don't know how to do that without SMEX. They don't know how to provide somebody peace or, you know, give intimacy without just giving up their body. To me, shit, I think when you get to younger, then you start to have a new outlook when it comes to certain things in life where you're like, okay, yeah, I'm not tripping off Smith because that's not really a big thing far as my relationship. At the end of the day, I'm all about, damn, am I growing with my partner? Am I mentally there with my partner? Am I sitting up here understanding my partner the more that they change in life? Cause it's like, yeah, they Smith's game ain't gonna always be the best. A lot of people think that they shit gonna still be what it is when they when they get older. And truth be told, shit, once that shit get washed up and dried up and fried up and laid to the side, shit, then all you got is mental.
Yeah. I was gonna say just to touch on that one last time. I was gonna also say, I mean, this is also seen as a double standard, I guess, I suppose, maybe. But it seems, you know, if a woman had a high number body count, I probably look at her and be like, man, that's a lot of trauma. Like when did you experience that? You know what I'm saying? How did you become this? Men can basically do what they do and escape unscathed. The women, you know what I'm saying? I like, you know, he don't want me no more. He ain't even call me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he put me out right after. You know, I mean, whatever the situation is, it don't work exactly the same for women as it does for men. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't.
It does in a way. You guys are just taught that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, I don't know what, you know, I don't know what's happened, you know, as far as today and everything. I mean, y'all make it seem like,
It's
but
not a today thing. It's just
they
like
be
you guys
bitter,
are taught as
and
men.
angry as all hell
You
when you
guys
try
are
to talk
taught
to
that
them.
we're emotionally tied to sex in a way that most women are actually not. And because of that, it's a common assumption that it is trauma or she's seeking validation or things like that. When a lot of us, you know, just like y'all get hard, we get wet. And that's just the fact of the matter.
Hey,
But
Kev,
saying
he's
that
kind
as
of
a woman that grants access, though, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you think that you could just do all that? I mean, I would probably say you were seeking validation, or you
hold on.
was like,
Let me ask you a question, Chosen, because I know you keep saying the word access, right? Uh,
yeah,
uh, I'm kind of wondering, like, I guess when you say access, right? Like, at the end, I don't know how. I think it's how you word it. And you saying like it's access as if the woman has more, like she has more control of the situation. So by her having
right.
more control of the situation, she's the responsible one, right? Like she should be the one that's held accountable, and that's how you kind of like putting it together, right?
Nah. Just, I mean, well. Yeah. I mean, she should be. Yeah, she should.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
should be like. Yeah. I mean, yeah. In a sense, yeah.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
Well.
Because she can go in. She can go in. You know what I'm saying? Mess with everybody at the bar. You know what I'm saying? But does she need to do that? You know what I'm saying? They could all be. You know what I'm saying? Attracted to her. But does she need to do that? You know what I'm saying? We all know she can. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
We have to
let me ask you this.
work.
Because most of the time, I like the view. I'm not tripping on your view. I like where you're coming from. But I notice that a lot of times, the views that we have as men, if I ask a man that have daughters, or if he had a daughter, to would he want his daughter to accept a man that have the same views as he do? Majority of the time, we kind of switch up on our answers a little bit, right? So that let me know that we know deep down that we don't believe the notion that women are. Because I had several times that where a woman called me over just for a hookup, and I had to get my ass up and leave. She didn't have no ties to me at all. I ain't have no ties to her. So I don't believe that a woman could just do. Hold on. I believe we say we not connected as men, but yes, we are in a sense. We are because, before you, I don't want to keep saying smicks. That shit. Before you get the cat and punani and whatever you want to call it, it's steps that come before you actually get to the intimate part, right? There's a inbox or it's a text message. Then that leads to a conversation. Then that leads to flirting, and then that leads to y'all meeting up, and then eventually y'all get down to the do, right? You building something in that process as a human being, whether you're a man or a woman, you are building something. What's going to determine if that feeling continue is how good the smacks was, how good it is. If it's good and it's something you want to go back to, whether you look at her as a hookup or not, you still going to be going back and forth. So you have some type of ties to that woman, no matter how you look at it.
Well, I can only speak for myself, but I mean, you know, I had a few one nighters. You know what I'm saying? Most of my, you know what I'm saying, been long relationships, or fairly long relationships. Might have dibbled and dabbled, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but you know what I'm saying, yeah.
And
I don't know.
and to prove the point, right?
As far as
You have
my
to.
daughter.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this on mute up. And that's why I say it's got to be some type of I'm gonna say connection, or you have to have some type of emotions involved. When you, in order for you to rise up, you gotta find that woman somewhat attractive, right? It gotta be
Right.
some type of feeling that comes inside a man in order for him to get up. If you don't find that woman attractive, with attraction comes some type of feelings. However you want to slice and dice, however you look at it, there is going to be some emotions that come with an erection. That's just how it is. It's going to be some feelings come with it. So when we say that we have no feelings or no emotions tied to it, I think we lying to ourselves, because in order to get an erection, you have to have some type of emotions and feelings involved just to get to that point.
Well,
But that's just how much more the women be lying about whether they emotionally bound or not. I mean, if you think about it, you know, I mean, really.
and wake up with
Not a
a
lie. It's
wake up
just
with
too much emphasis
wet
put
dream.
on
Emphasis on what?
it. The fact, so naturally, we're usually taught that men treat sex like a handshake, right? And women get emotionally attached. Just like I grew up, my mama taught me real early. Smacks won't make him love you, and a baby won't make him stay. So going into dating and understanding myself from that aspect, I never felt the need to attach it emotionally, because most women most women see their value. And I'm saying all women, it might not apply to everybody, but the majority of women apply how much he is attracted to her based on if he wants to sleep with her or not. Or they attach it to, if I have the ability to do that with him, he cares about me, right? And oftentimes that's not the case. But now we're in an age where we're more so, I don't like using the word allowed, but you know, sexual reclamation is a real thing. because for a long time we're taught about Smex in a way that caters to men, not in a way that caters to us getting our own gratification from it. So now that we're getting our own gratification from it and we're realizing it doesn't have to be about love, and if you want to do it, do it. A lot of women are emotionally detached from it, just like most men are taught to be from it. I think there needs to be a balance. I think that we should care about who we're sleeping with. I think we should be open to having connections beyond that one specific act. Like, that does not define anything. Like, what is it about us that makes us want to stay together? I do think that part is missing from both sides, but it's because we're taught so polar opposite about what it is and what it's for.
Right. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't knocking you or anything. You know what I'm saying? I have to take you at your word. But Sean, you want to talk about my daughters though, huh? No, I'm just saying that. You want to talk
Nah,
But I'm gonna
about?
be right back if you guys are still live. I need to get some.
I wanted to say something, man, because and I appreciate different perspectives, but I know a lot of women who speak otherwise, right? That they complain that they ain't being smacked down enough. You know what I'm saying? And I could, my language is different from y'all, so pardon me, but they ain't getting the smackdown laid on them. You know what I'm saying? Enough. You got a lot of women that it matters to them just as much as it matters to us.
That
You
was
know
my
what I'm
point.
saying? Yeah. So it's like, it's very important in a relationship to have that accomplished. And if a woman don't feel like she getting that at home, she's going to get that elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and that's what be the case. And I'm not going to do too much up here, but women talk to the other guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? But I think you women have the same drive as we do. Some women do have a low drive, but it is very important in a relationship, man. You
I'm
know what I'm
not.
saying? Like,
I think my point was more so to acknowledge the fact that we're educated on it differently based on what society says that gender should understand about it. It's not what you're bringing up necessarily. It's just more so. So as a young woman, right, we're basically educated on sex in a way that benefits men. We're not taught about what feels good to us. We're not taught the accomplishment. Like, a lot of women, quiet as is kept, like, we talk amongst ourselves. Like, we'll say things to other guys, but like a lot of times we don't even get completion from the men we're with. It's just if he get it, that's considered success. Like, that's how we're taught about it. We're taught how to do things for you guys. We're not taught that we're supposed to enjoy it too. That's what I'm saying. So now that we're in an age where women are saying things like the women that you're bringing up and you're acknowledging, that's a part of the fact that it's one of those things where we have to find the balance. Women can now say, I want to come too.
hey, Slim, and I didn't think I agree, but I do. Let me tell you why. Because I never heard a woman say, "You better get yours before I get mine." I typically hear that from us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got
Mhm.
mine, you ain't get yours. I really don't. I never heard that from a woman point of view, but I always hear when who got theirs first. I always hear the men like,
No,
"Well,
I
you
did
better
not
get yours before I
disrespect
get mine."
nobody, and that is not how you use the word
I
negate.
think
Please.
I don't know about that. I think it's man. I
yeah,
guess we all in
I
different
wanted to
worlds
let.
though.
Go
Cause
ahead.
I got you. I got you in a minute. But I was
You
about
good,
to
bro?
say, like, I think I don't know. Like I said, I think from what I've seen, it just seemed like that because like dudes, if they hardly get it like that, and I feel like y'all talking about the dudes that be getting it like crazy or whatever that can get buns. That be like, you better get. I don't think a dude that hardly get none got the nerve to say something like that. I think he gonna go all out, sit there with the freaking, Kool-Aid. Yeah, we all got our own lingo. I just noticed that.
Yeah,
But
we all
he
got
gonna sit
it.
there, hey, you good, baby? Or he gonna figure something out because he want access to it again. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think every man got the he can't talk like that. Get yours before I get mine or something like that. You talking about the top guys that probably get plenty of women and stuff like that. So
Well,
I
most
don't
men
I don't
don't
know
have
about
to
that.
share, and it's rare that men do. That's often the minority, to be
Wait, it's
honest.
rare as what?
That men, so a lot of women like being talked through it. That
It-
like, do you like this? That like,
it's
and
rare that men get
that's
what?
a it's no, it's rare that women get that from men though.
Oh, you
Like,
talking about that? So I'm not talking about that. I understand it. I heard it. I heard the statistics and all that on that. I'm saying what I'm saying is I think that well, at least I know in my area and what I've seen even on TV, right? It's more about pleasing a woman type situation because they will not come back around if you don't please them. You know, what I'm saying?
Right,
I don't think around me got taught tell a woman get yours before I get mine or something like that. That's not in my area
Yeah, I
though,
don't
because
know where
like
that's
dudes
from.
hardly get buns like that sometimes.
Hey, Kev, I agree with you, right? Let me say this. I agree with you to a certain extent. In my early years and in my early 20s, mid 20s, I would say that's kind of normal for men, right? That it's about getting hours, like it's about quick pumping. But once you hit up an age like 30, you understand that foreplay is very important. You understand that, it's certain things you got to do before you kind of like, so I agree with you to that extent. Like, yeah, I had that mindset up until like 25, 26. Like, hey, let me go ahead and I got to get mine some good. Up and when I start really, I'm gonna say this. When I start really caring for the woman that I'm sleeping with, that's when I wanted to make it about, okay, I want to make sure she good because I want to get it again and I want her to come back. But if I don't care about you and we just messing around, I'm not really concerned about if you getting yours or not. And I think a lot of men think that way.
just to
I,
piggyback
I,
off that, that's how we gauge
I
whether or not
Hold
he
up,
likes
y'all.
you.
I forgot I got to get back in because I did.
It's all good. It's just well, I mean, I was hearing what Slimmy was saying. You know what I'm saying, and not caring about your age or whatever. But I'm 37, right? So I come from a whole different time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you were saying that it's about a woman pleasing a man and not about the man pleasing a woman. But where I come from, if you ain't knock it down the first time or second time and please her in the fashion and excitement that she wanted, then you ain't coming back. So
Right.
I don't understand that mentality that you were just trained to please us and then you don't know how to, you put your pleasures last because that's never been the case. You dig what I'm saying?
like I'm lightweight a people pleaser. So I mean, if I get with a female, she's probably that more than likely gonna get hers before I get mine. I'm gonna get off on whether the fact, what I'm saying, I make her whatever, or whether it's a or not, or
You
whether
promoting
I
up here, man? Where that come from?
what's that? What's that?
Boy came up here promoting or something like that. Who you trying to
No,
shoot
no, no,
at?
no,
Talking about he
no, no,
39, nigga.
I'm
We the
not.
same
I'm just
age,
saying
nigga. What's up with
He
that?
said, "I knock
I'm
him down and
not
make
dude.
sure they."
No, no, no.
I'm like, where
I
they
ain't
come from?
saying I'm not that type of dude. I'm not that type of dude. I may not. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It's
That was
like
funny.
that.
No, I get it, and I'm not negating that men like you exist. I'm just trying to give you guys a little more insight into why a lot of women are the way they are when it comes around that. Because it's like when you haven't experienced something and then you finally get it, a lot of times you want to get it again and then get it again and then get it again. So it's like for me, like specifically, like when I had to do my studies in school, because me and Kev were talking about this earlier, I actually have a degree in human sexuality. I hate that word, and
You
I hate
say
that you came up with it.
intercourseality,
Um,
right?
TikTok came up
Right.
with that. That's the word that's how you got to use it up here.
so well, a lot of women,
The
not
confidence
only are
coach is
we
in the
taught about it
building.
that way, we're not even educated on our own bodies and how our bodies work and what feels good to us and what is going to bring us to completion. So it's a lot of miseducation and misunderstanding. And then to be fair, a lot of the times that we're going through this, we're also very young.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying what I'm saying to say that, men are bad at it or anything like that. It's just a different perspective from the other side. Cause like I'm not saying this has ever happened to you, but I know more women who are pros at faking it than actually getting what
Yeah,
they
I feel
wanted.
like we having two different
If
Yeah.
that's
not
what I'm trying to
arguments
say
though,
it as
but I think
easily
we
as
talking about
possible.
two different things. I can agree on that. All of us can probably agree on that. We don't heard the stats on it. We know that but I just the only part I just don't agree with is, and I feel like we talking about two different type of groups. Is because, like I said, we talking about the men that can get buns like crazy, and of course they're gonna be like, you better get yours before mine. But I think even in my area and even TV, right? Just like even what Bagger was saying, like we literally got taught if we don't, and we'll get clowned too. if we can't get the woman over something like that, like they'll tease us. We didn't want to hear
That's a
nothing like
fact.
that. So they done, so it was basically like, make sure you shoot, even if you had to do the motorboat down there, you had to figure a way out so you could get the access to it again. Especially if you a guy that probably wasn't getting nothing like that, So I mean, I think it's a little harder for men to even get a girl,
I'm
nowadays.
gonna go get food. I'll be back.
I still live by that.
Yeah,
I
because
still
most
live by
dudes not even speaking of confidence.
Did
Most
you
dudes
hear
not
me,
even
Kev?
confident though. They scared of rejection, all type of stuff. But what'd you say?
Did you hear what I said, Kev? Oh, I'm gonna go get something to eat because I got to go to work in a minute. So I'll be back
Yeah,
if you guys are still
oh, in
live
20
in
minutes.
like
Okay,
20
for sure. I'll be over
minutes.
here. Yeah. I got a couple more hours on this thing. Let me get my brother Evans in the building. Let me get him in here, and then I got Big Juice after that.
Good evening. Hope everybody's doing well. I actually wanted to speak to Slimmy, but what she's describing, that women are able to I think another gentleman on here agreed with her, that women are able to disassociate their connection to sex, to schmex, the way guys can. And I assume that there are some that are capable. However, if we're going to go by the majority of women are able to do so, then we've been fed a lie for all our lives, because we have been inundated with hate on men because we didn't care about them after the act. So you can't have it both ways. You cannot say, oh yeah, we're able to do this, but at the same time, we have taken the brunt of the punishment coming from after intercourse. The man didn't care. You see, we've always been open to the idea that post-nut clarity is a thing. We've always said that. We've always admitted it. And we have always taken the brunt of being the bad guy. After the post-nut clarity gave us clarity, we wanted nothing else to do with you. But for them to all of a sudden come up with this epiphany, oh, we don't have that connection just like y'all. So y'all been lying this entire time. You can't have it both ways, Kev. Which is the truth? Are they saying they can or they can't? Because if they can, then this, in my entire 50 years on this earth, they've been freaking lying to us and acting as if it was a problem. And all of a sudden, now they're telling us, oh yeah, we don't
I can
have
get
that
the
connection.
contradiction though. I
Come
hear you too.
on.
That's crazy.
Who are they talking to?
That's what
Either
I'm
you
listening.
I ain't
lying
never thought
then or
about
you
that, though.
lying
That should
now.
be
You
wild.
got to
I
make up
like
your
to
mind.
listen, but
Figure
it's
out when
like,
you lying and get back to us. I land.
Hey, Kev,
that's real shit, Evans. I appreciate that, bro.
I
I
ain't
be
thinking
saying the
about
same
that.
shit.
What you
I'm
just
a,
say?
I'm gonna say this, right? And like you said, it all depends, right? And I can only speak for how I looked at it, right? I've always thought that, because I've always been on, I could call a woman up. This is when I was single. I could call a woman up, no strings attached. Boom, I'm out of there. I done had several women hit me up, no strings attached. I do what I do, I'm out of there. I don't hear from them again until they want it again. I've always had on both sides. Like, I done it, and I done had women do it to me. So in my
You
mind,
scared me
I've
for
always
I'm
thought
like,
that
what
was
the heck?
normal.
I'm like, bro,
Man,
finish
that's
It,
it.
problem.
Oh, so I'm like, what you mean by both sides?
what the hell I miss?
Look,
Yeah,
Hold on,
man.
I got you.
I'm explaining it, that I done had where I called women and have them
I know
come
that,
over.
man.
I did what I did with them, and I told them to get the hell out, just move on, right? No strings attached. I done also had women call me up and did the same thing. It's always been that way. If I've always been able to call women, and I've always had women been able to call me for a service, they get what they want, and then I'm out, and then they dip. I've always seen it on both sides. So I've always thought that they didn't have that connection. Like, I always thought they
But
could
what
do the
if they
same
had
thing as
more
we do.
men though? You
Maybe
was
they're
just
just the
one of them.
women I encountered. Huh?
But don't that seem like it's kind of like some emotional damage? Like if they're able to do that, or are we just gonna say that they
Interesting.
cleanly adapted?
Wow.
I don't believe they're adapted. I've always had that mindset. So I don't know
As
if
I say, so that's emotional damage, ain't it? That's why I
if it's
said trauma. I was like, yeah, you know,
okay, that's why I asked you earlier, as far as like as you are your own man, what conclusions have you came up with on your own that someone haven't taught you about women? You've been taught a certain way of how women should be and how men should be, and you subscribe to that, and you hold people in a box, and if they don't subscribe to that stuff that you've been taught. I haven't been taught that women are not women are emotionally connected when they sleeping with a man, or if a woman cheat is because she have feelings for the man. I wasn't taught that. I've
So,
never
Sean,
believed
in
in
your
that
life,
also.
you haven't had women give you absolute grief because you're no longer interested? Wow.
No.
I'm going to repeat that. In your entire life, you've never had a woman give you grief because you don't show continued interest after schmecks.
Okay, I have to make sure I answer this the right way and understand what you're asking me. Are you saying a hookup, or are you just saying someone I'm in a relationship with?
Or.
There's a difference. A woman that I'm with, yes. A woman that is a hookup,
usually we
no.
consider hookups the women that just do hookups and there's no relationship whatsoever. What do we consider those women? What
I don't
do the
consider them
majority of
anything.
America consider those women?
Kev, I don't answer to
I'll
majority
answer
of
it for
anything,
you.
so
We
I don't
consider
know.
304s. So
Go ahead.
yeah, so 304s have
what
the
does it
special
mean?
ability that normal women don't have. And that ability is, yeah, they will disassociate. They think anyway that they disassociate, but it comes out in other ways. You see, those women that always end up in therapy and they have the mindset, oh, everybody need therapy. No, you need therapy, sweetie, because you exposed yourself to far too much trauma. You see, nowadays that we're learning about what those 304s were doing and the damage they did, we're looking at them like crazy people on the streets. Let's not act like these people that just lay around and sleep with everybody. Everybody's just learning about.
Oh my.
They're having a large amount of mental problems today. More than ever, it's coming out. So we all think that we could just do any and everything we want, and it's not going to come out later on in the wash. We're not going to see the results of it. We always see the results. It might take a little while, but we see them. And I assure you, those women that you had attachments to after schmecks, if you didn't show continued interest, the majority of them gave you grief. The 304s, I can't count for them. Alan.
I think that goes back to when we was talking about that about the somebody had asked, put in the topic, put in the chat about people scared to say the body count because they're gonna be shamed on that stuff. And I was like, hold up. I said that's a problem if you don't feel shame within yourself or feel judgmental to yourself. You know, whatever the two things she had used earlier. Cause I'm like, that will be an issue though. Because if you feel weird, if you don't feel weird, right, and you just keep sleeping with all these people and stuff, I think that's a unhuman like problem. And just like he said, I do believe it. I believe it's gonna show in many different ways. Because if you even notice like some of even the women on this app, right, how they express it, which I want to have a topic, or I was gonna make a video about that. About people just they express they traumas in so many different ways. Some of them gotta cuss you out, all this other stuff or whatever, because like they done convinced themselves or lied to themselves that I'm not affected by this, people. I'm not, but your actions show a little later that it's something that's affect your life. It's most definitely have. But I do feel, yeah, I can get that. Like if you just dang there, what they call it, numb down there or whatever, because people like to use that word numb too. I'm numb to hurt. I'm numb to that. Nah, man, it's something going on. You blocking something off, and it's gonna come out. Cause we humans, all of us humans. At the end of the day, dang, I should about to be next. She done left already. But yeah. But yeah, I can feel that too though. But yeah, I don't know. I even think it affect men too. I don't like that line stuff either with the man too. I think it affect men too. That's why they can't find some of the right women and stuff. They be like that they sleep with all these people, and I hear like when they body count, how them the main ones that don't care about body count. Hey, what you talking about? You don't know what I mean, but
right,
they
it
still
absolutely affect men too.
No I say that all the time because I always hear it halfway. I'm like, no, it affect both sides. Like I don't know what they talking about. We humans, freaking humans. But is you back, Big Juice? Come back up. I was about to let you go next, but if she don't come up next, I'm gonna get Wayward in because I don't think that they went.
No, I didn't. So yeah, I literally just joined. So I always read the question and I answer it if that's so cool with you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it says, can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? So for me personally, I would say yes, and the only reason why, my first date is the cheapest date I possibly do, and the only and it sounds weird, but my first date is normally you just come and hang out with me while I'm running errands. As dumb as that sounds, that's what I've done for every single girl I've ever entertained. Is like, yo, I'm going out, I'm gonna go eat some food, I'm gonna get some barbecue because I really want some barbecue today. You wanna come with me? And it's I pick them up, they come with me and spend the whole day with me. That's what I consider my first date. They hang out in regular clothes. You don't have to dress super nice. I want to see who you are on a day-to-day basis. That was my first interaction. Some girls that I've come across, they get a knee-jerk reaction because they're used to guys trying to spend $200-$300 on them. So like, whoa, what do you mean? This is what, like, now. Have a nice day. I want to meet you as a regular person. So the ladies that I come across that come hang out with me, they're in regular clothes. I see how they interact with random people. I see their patience when they're doing certain things. Yes. If it goes past that point, yeah. For the second one, why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? I know for me personally, I think it matters in the sense it should be held private. I think the person you're entertaining, you should tell them that if they voice it as a concern. For me, it's the frequency that matters first, then the number. Because like me, I was in a long-term relationship, right? And if I hear a girl said she was with, let's say, 5 guys or whatever it is, I'm like, okay, 5 guys, that doesn't sound too bad,
Ain't
whatever it
talking
is.
about the restaurant.
But if she says 5 guys in 2 days, then it's like, whoa. So the frequency is what matters to me. Because I'm in my 30s. I'm in my 30s. So if a girl says, oh, she's been with 5 or 6, I'm like, okay, well, how long were these relationships? If you're with these guys for a few years or whatever it is. Yeah. So that's my view on that. And then would a smexless relationship be horrible for you? Why or why not? For me, yes, it would. I understand. That's one thing that I verbalize with the ladies. That's something I would need in my relationship. That's how I feel like I connect to my partner. So that's for me. I know there's my voice is shaking like crazy for some reason. I know there's some people that don't need it. That's good for them, not shaming them. Same way they shouldn't shame me for saying I need it. We all have our own different needs, but don't go into a relationship lying to someone saying you're willing to do it and then you don't, because that's just being unfair. The next one, if Smex is a need, people should be allowed to cheat, right? I would say no, because the premise of cheating is just being dishonest. If you want to get it from somewhere else, just be honest and tell your partner, like, hey, I'm not getting this need fulfilled here. Is it okay if I go out the relationship? If they say yes, go do it. If they say no, that's fine. But if you are a respectable person and you want to be an honest person, you need to be honest across the board, not when it's convenient to you. And what's the last one? What are some reasons people stress out? What are the reasons people stress out, Smex? I know for guys, the guys that I've given date advice to, they're fiending for it because they put it on this giant pedestal where they need it, and that's their main focus. And unfortunately, because they fiend for it, they do some really dumb things, and they haven't learned control. But it's just they're fiending for it, thinking it's some random resource addiction. It's addiction. Yeah, they think it's some finite resource that's gonna be gone. It's gonna be out there. There's people everywhere. I think the statistic is there's 1.6 women versus to men out there. So it's like there's a lot of women, and so it's like, calm down. Anyways, that's my prompt on that.
All right. But I don't think actually Evans, I think it's on you anyway. So you wanted to go through the prompt.
Yeah, I'll go through it. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? I think I can. Yes.
The first one is the 304 phase. Did you answer that one already?
Oh,
was you in the comment? It seemed like he was in the comment.
Yeah, I didn't answer that. I'll answer that last after everyone else.
Okay.
Why do people think 304 phase is necessary? Because we've been feminized, pretty much. as a society. It's gone rampant, and people have lost their minds. Through my eyes, we've lost our minds, right? I think we've gone so far away from the ideology of having family, having marriages that actually means staying with them through thick and thin. Through the vows used to say, for better or for worse. I don't think that's not the case for most people nowadays. I think worse is not even a consideration. So because of that, 304 phase have come in and become a thing, because everyone is just sexing everyone, and then they wonder why they can't find good sex. Well, really, you're worn out. You let everybody wear you out, you're not going to have great sex. It's just not going to happen. And you go through the horror phase 304 phase, looking for something that you really can't find, because the problem is not exterior, the problem is interior. So I don't think it's necessary at all. Can I take a relationship with someone on the first date? Yes, I can. I think you can find a great, amazing relationship even if you have intercourse on the first date. Is it ideal? No. Is it likely? Hell no. But is it possible? Yes. It is possible, just like it's possible I can win the lottery tonight if I play, right? It's possible, but it's pretty much not likely. Why are people ashamed to say their body count? They're ashamed because it matters. It matters so much that it evokes emotion from folks on both sides of the conversation. So the idea that someone can say something does not matter, yet it evokes great emotion on both sides of it's ridiculous. It's a moot point in my opinion. Would a sexless relationship be horrible to you? Why? Oh yeah, that would be absolutely horrible. I almost want to say it would cause so much stress on the relationship, it may not make it. I think most relationships that go through this phase, they usually have irreparable damages, and eventually it's going to come to a demise. That's my take on it. I've coached multiple people through those things, and I only know one that survived it. I only know one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there we go.
I got kicked out.
If it's a need, people should be allowed to cheat, right? Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna say yes to everyone, but if it gets to a point in here where I'm going, it needs to be drastic. You need to go through drastic measures, do everything you possibly can to make sure that you can fix the problem. However, if you get to a point where there's no fixes to it, then yeah, even I think, there is a very slim reason why you would, and it's okay to do it because of that one situation. I can tell you guys a story about it, but it's very, very slim. Not very many reasons for cheating, but that's the only one. The last question: what are the reasons people? I can't see that. What problem? What's that word? My eyes ain't that good, and it's small. Without smacks. The word after people and before without. Sex. What?
Yeah. What's the reasons why stress? What's the reason why people
stress without? Okay. Yeah. What are the reasons people stress? Oh well, because it's a need. I am of the belief that, and some people say they can go without, and I have yet to meet many of those. I know there's some people that have a disorder. I guess there is a disorder that makes people go without it. But outside of that, I think it's a need, and it's such a need, particularly in this day and time, because it's everywhere. You can't escape it. You turn on the music, you watch TV, you get on TikTok. Everywhere you go, they're talking about it. How do you escape it? So without that, I think the stress would be so great. Yeah, it's you can't go without it. I just don't believe so.
I'm glad. Well, I guess we disagree on that one though. But I feel you though, because like most people, they feel that way or whatever. And it's the reason why I did even though Kelly just caught it. There's the reason why I said that's why I got everybody to answer it and stuff. With that one, I knew that one. I asked that for a reason like that though, because need, I just look at it as like can't live without. So it's like, that's why I say if it's really that important that you just can't live it out, because I noticed that people make wants needs nowadays and whatever, and they just like, well, that's a need to me. I get it. Everybody say that, whatever. That mean anything in this world could be a need to somebody if they just choose to. I could just say I need. So I don't know. I feel like there's only one definition when it comes to need and stuff, which I see you say important. Somebody, what's important, but I think people just I look at it, if it is, that's the reason why I say you should be able to cheat, because I mean you basically can't live without, or your relationship is not going to be successful without. And if it's really a need to your relationship to keep it alive, right, and your partner, whatever, I think they should automatically. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word, I guess, cheat, but I had to get something to get the attention though. But I feel like that if it's really like that, yeah, they should go out and do it, and the partner should just understand, like, you know what, I didn't get my job done. Or today wasn't a day I wasn't feeling it, and I love you, so go ahead and do your this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a need, you can't live without. That's how I look at need, though.
I think that's a step too. That's too easy. I certainly didn't mean it that way. Again, I have one situation in which it got so bad that he was unable to function any longer. He could not function no matter what he did. He did operations. Well, no, he couldn't afford the operation. He couldn't afford the operation, but he couldn't do it any other way. And he tried. And eventually,
can I chime in on that after you're done?
She did do it behind his back. But, and I thought it was okay because she could not find relief in any other way. And they tried for years. Different inanimate objects and all kinds of stuff. It never worked. Therapy never worked. So that's where they got to.
Yeah, I think in that
what
situation,
do people gonna do when they get older? I'm trying to get to now.
That's what I'm talking about. He was old. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was old.
But I think
that's why people be in love, though.
30 years younger. He married a woman 30 years younger, Kev. She was 30 years younger.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that makes sense. I guess that makes sense then.
And he could no longer function.
In that situation, you should have been accepting if you can't do it. It's like, okay, I know this is going to happen, especially if there's a 30-year age gap. You should know, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this. Let me try to mentally prepare myself to be okay with you doing whatever it is.
Yeah, easier said than done.
It is easier said than done. But it is easier said than done. But at the end of the day, you're watching someone else that you're supposed to be caring about suffer. And you're just like, well, we're going down on both on this. I don't know. That's one of the situations I went into I was sitting in the comments. There's like a subreddit called Dead Bedrooms, and I glanced over there one time when I found out it was like an actual big thing. And some of the stories you'll hear about people that have been in a relationship for 6 years, and they're here begging their partners, and they've only ever gotten like once a year if they're lucky. And when they do, their partner just scolds them after the fact and tells them they should be like disgusted even asking for it. Those are the situations that I read about it. I'm like, oh my God, yeah. I if you end up stepping out, I understand, because at this point it's I don't know how to help you, but it's wild. It happens to people.
That's the extreme I'm talking about. Those situations.
They are definitely the extreme. They're definitely outliers. Like for regular people. Nah. You go be honest and say you want to step out. They either say yes or no. If they say no, you can choose to end the relationship. If they say yes, then move on with your day. Just be safe.
So, yeah. So the reason why I asked that last one, and that's the specific answer I was kind of looking for. I think one person got close to saying it. I believe a lot of people are just addicted. That's what it is. That's why we feel like that we can't. And I think the society itself plays a part of why we feel that way, right? And a lot of our relationships are built off of lust, because that's the reason why I asked about the Smexless relationship part. or would it be horrible? And and I feel like it's a training thing. I think people just wouldn't want to train themselves because that's one of the dang near the top things in this world that people just love. You know what I'm saying? They love it just like money. Money and space. That's two things that's making this world go crazy right now, though. But I think because, and that's why people don't really know each other though. Past that, like they goggles only go as far as like, man, I can't wait to take the cheeks out. The way you put your mouth around this, you know what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of people let a lot of stuff slide, all type of stuff or whatever. And I had to realize that myself. That's the reason why I've been what everybody, a lot of people know, I've been abstinent for the past 4 years and stuff because I was thinking about stuff like this. I always tell myself, or I told a person like, dang, if you can't stand a person without it, you can't stand them. Because I be thinking about, I always think about the future and stuff. I'll be like, all right, well, if this don't play a part, then what I'm gonna be left with if she do that? If she can't use her mouth no more and that punani get toe up or whatever, what the heck can we do from there? Like, but that's the reason why I notice when people, and they make a crime, they make it sound like it's a crime too with it, or whatever. Oh man, you heard about the people that got them smexless relationships? They living with it. Who said that they freaking miserable though? I think it is a lot of miserable people that's hiding behind, people itself and smecks. I believe that though. Like they actually I think I made a video about that, about people finding themselves and stuff. They find themselves through somebody, the validation through their partner and stuff. And people just don't realize it. I mean, but I just always had time to just be thinking stuff like this, like, dang, why is it like this in the world? I was always that why kid. If people even notice now, I ask 1,000 questions though, but I just always been like that because I just always be wonder why. People like, why you stressing without smecks? Like, what the heck? How much stress you got in your world that if you don't have another person in your life that you gonna be? Because basically that's how I look at it. I even look at that thing. Sean said, like, if it's really that serious, you might go in the bathroom and whack that boy off. That's all.
Hey,
but people, it's an addiction. It's a freaking addiction, and people don't want to admit to it. They want to say it's natural or something regular and all that stuff. No, it's an addiction.
Hey, hold on. I was going to say this. I got 2 points.
I'll wait.
Thank you. I think some people don't know the difference from you. If you had to ask yourself as a man, is smecks more important or are you just getting off one? Which one is important? If you say smecks is, that means that you should be okay having smecks and not ever getting it off, right? But most, I ain't gonna say most. I hate using the word most. I don't see the point.
Go ahead, come to the most side.
No, because I don't talk like that. I don't use most. But if you just say it's about you getting it off, you got your hand for that. You know what I'm saying? You got your hand for that. And then on the other part, if you need it, I wonder. I think for the most part, I would say that you got to be cheating on your. If you have a significant other and she's pregnant and she's have a difficult pregnancy, you may go months without smecks.
At minimum 6 months, right? Sorry, minimum 6 weeks. At minimum 6 weeks.
No, you're missing a point, bro. My wife had difficulties in 5 months. So the 5 months, the baby went down. I think it was on her pelvic or cervix, whatever you want to call it, and it was pressing down, and she was constantly in pain to where it was hard for us. When we did get together, it was painful for her. So I went the rest of the 4 months without, and then you had to do 2 more months because she had a C-section. Because we had something stronger than just the smecks part. And I think if you have a woman, especially with pregnancy, if you a man can't go, if you can't, I don't know, I think that's weird that you can't really function or you need it. And I think just outside of that, it's more ways to being intimate with your woman outside of just having smecks. And if that's something that you need and you can't go without for a long period of time, even in your relationship, I would think that's a problem just as a man. Like you should have some type of self-control over yourself.
I think that's when it falls into a realm of addiction, because that's the reason I was saying 6 weeks is because like even me, like I have a daughter, and like after the baby was born, like the gynecologist was like, yo, yeah, wait at minimum 6 weeks. He was like, here's some birth control after, because he made a joke, because like, when you guys trying to have another kid, I'm like, in 2 years, he's like, here's 2 years worth of birth control. But it's, if you can't control yourself, because I've heard stories about guys like their woman gets pregnant and they're okay for like the first week or so, and then randomly 2-3 weeks later they catch their husband talking to some random girl online or doing this and doing that, and And say I think it's an addiction and a character flaw. It's like it's both of those things.
Let me ask
But
you this.
Addiction and lack of self-discipline. I mean, we already know that's what most of the world is. I think that's men's biggest problem is lack of self-discipline, and women is lack of accountability. But people don't like to hear that stuff. But I think that's our two biggest problems.
I got one. Okay, could you tell the difference? What is the difference from, and I'm just asking, I know the difference, but I'm asking anyway. What is the difference from your wife is having some type of medical issue and for a long period of time she cannot be intimate with you, right? What is different from you telling your mind that it's something medical compared to you telling your mind that we just don't need it right now? Your mind don't know the difference. Like it's we ain't gonna say your mind don't know the
Training.
difference, but how can you train yourself to understand that part, but you can't train yourself to be like, you know what? Let me see how strong. Like some people, like Kev's, he ain't really say this exactly, but some people can't be in a relationship with and connect with each other without the smecks. Some people argue and they have smecks just to make up, and they issues never get resolved. So I feel like if you could have a relationship outside of just the smecks part and have like a genuine relationship, you can resolve a lot of issues. Therefore, it makes the smecks better when you do compared to y'all just having smecks just to get over what y'all don't want to talk about. And I think a lot of people use that just so they don't know how they can't really talk over their issues.
You mind if I answer that?
Coping. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, so from my view, Smexx is the ultimate band-aid. It's the greatest band-aid that was ever made in the world.
True.
And that's what it is, because once our endorphins get going, we feel good. If you're someone that they feel good. It's the ultimate band-aid, and it's the biggest rug to push everything under. And that's what it is.
That's exactly.
Hold on. You heard what he said, Kev? You heard what he said? He said it feels. Remember that word we talking about? Do men get attached? Like the feelings?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. There it is.
Yeah, we already said that. We mentioned that. Who was that? Who that? Oh, my man from earlier. He was saying that. Yeah, I never. At first, back before I guess I matured a little bit. I guess I would say though, because I always try to think about not making a competitive thing. Because I know there's not nowadays everybody make, and that's some stuff I'm trying to just grow from this competition thing. Because if I'm more on trying to grow or help the community in some type of, or help just people in general, right? I gotta stop that competition stuff. Men do more than this, and women do, what? Because we never get anywhere, and all people do is they not gonna ever admit it anyways, and they gonna keep crying and stuff. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So now that we found out that women have attitudes and men is no good and all that stuff, what can we do from there? You know what I'm saying? That's the tips I've been on lately though. But
I mean, for me, it's hold everyone in
the point I was trying to get to. I was thinking about something else. I forgot what I got asked.
No, I know for me, my big thing is I hold everyone accountable around me. And I mean, I have a child now, so I have to teach her proper morals and everything else. But so like my girlfriend, right? She is, even till this day, she is shocked at how critical I am of my decisions and the people around me decision. If someone messes up, don't let me find out. And the same way she realized, like, my people are, my friends, my family. If I mess up, if I do some really scummy things, I better hide it and make sure no one finds out, because if I do, I'm gonna be held accountable. And I think that's all you can really do, unless you magically have influence. You just hold the people around you accountable, and they'll keep holding other people accountable, and they'll just kind of. It's not gonna happen overnight. The same way all the stuff that is happening in the community currently, it didn't happen overnight. It just takes time. We just all have to do our small part.
Yeah. It's I don't know if they call it a superpower or not, but it's just like while I'm on this, I don't know, call it a journey. I guess I just call it me just trying to grow myself or whatever, live, and because I always had that thing, I didn't want to be attached to every dang on thing. I wanted to be detached from as much things so I could be able to function in life, because I notice people make things in their life like cigarettes, whatever they put in their life nowadays. It's all type of things. I need this, and without this, I can't function. I'm going to be mad. And I'm like, I always have competition within myself. Like, nah, I don't need that. I don't need that. I could do these things. I could do it myself. That's funny. But I was thinking about, I think I did it again. They in these 30s is hitting me, boy. I cannot say one whole thing without forgetting what my main point I was getting to. Dang. Gotta blame it on the age when I do that. Ain't probably not. Hey, what was I getting to, man? I keep doing it. I be coming with a whole. That's what I know. I be thinking about too much, or I just be on these lives for so much. I be sidestepping myself and then forget what the main point I was getting to and
You
stuff.
said that's why you stay away from certain vices because you don't want to be
Okay,
controlled.
yeah. There you go. Thank you. That's what it was, man. I keep doing it. Yeah. Okay, because I see things. I was talking about the power. It's a superpower, man. I just want to be this loud little thing up there. It's like a superpower. So I be noticing that like the people that's really trapped or people that's using people for certain things. Because that's why I had so many of these conversations, all these topics and stuff. Because I do be trying to hear people and see where they stand and if they really about what they say they about and stuff. And basically how they answer some of these questions. I'm like, oh, you get ran around, you get ran over, and oh boy, you hide some traumas and stuff or whatever. Because it's like I just listen to how people answer questions and stuff. But I realize how powerful, and I'm glad that we saying this, and I've been noticing that, right? It's like it is a coping thing. We use people as coping, especially we use that thing like you said between the legs, which is part of a person, right? Because that's why I'm emphasizing like if it's just so dang on that much of a need, like, and I'm glad Sean even said that too. Is like, what is it though? Is it the I'm trying to think between. I guess I say, but is it the busting part or is it really the friction? You know what I'm saying? Because if it's the friction that's important, then you don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? But if it's the busting, that's more of it's that feeling that you're looking for or something like that or whatever, which is I still believe is an addiction. You know what I'm saying? But that was the main thing the main answer I was kind of looking for, because I don't think a lot of people know that they addicted. That's how they rather say that I'm a nympho and all this other stuff and my high drive. I got a high drive or something like that. Like, dang, you promised to have a bus every day? Like, what the heck? Was you once a kid before? Like, you ain't had to. It's not like you was living without it for a good minute before and all that. But I guess they're gonna say that when you get older and all that stuff or whatever. But who said every time you get this feeling that it gotta come out all the time? I never boy, I don't know.
Being addicted is real.
Yeah.
Because even Smex is a addiction that a lot of people really a lot of people have it. They just I think the ones that sit up here and know that they cannot control it, they'll go to therapy for it. They'll go get some counseling about it, because mentally it becomes to the point where it's like, damn, I'm so addicted to it. I literally just can't stop. You literally just got what Jody tell Yvette? I don't know why I do it. I just do. And that's what it becomes. It becomes like something that you just start to do. You probably not even turned on for real. It's just something that you just can't turn off.
You talking about like a person that's smoking don't get that high no more type stuff. I got some people I know about them like, no, you just doing it. You ain't even getting that high. It's just butter. It's a lifestyle. It just turned to like a lifestyle from that point.
Itching. They be itching, kid.
What's
go
good,
ahead.
Let me
Let
ask you a quick question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Has anyone ever gone through a period of time where you had a lot of it? And let's say, I'm going to just give you a scenario. Let's say you went a week and it's like 7 days, a couple times a day for 7 days. And then you got to the 8th day and you ended up doing it, but it wasn't all that enjoyable.
Gotcha.
Wasn't all that exciting. And you finally got to that climax and you did it and you was like,
Right.
You see, I don't even understand the addiction, because there's no way that you can keep on going, doing the same thing and have that same exhilaration. It's at some point, I don't care how much you like candy, how much you like ice cream. If you go too long with anything, it becomes ho-hum.
True.
So I don't even know if addiction can be the word for it. But then again, I could be wrong, because some people use crack forever and never get tired of it, right? So
that is a deep one. I didn't think about that. I ain't
I've
think
seen
about
Well,
that.
no,
I've
I was saying for me, when I hear addiction, it's less about the act and the symptoms after the fact. So like withdrawal symptoms, that's how I know it's really like an addiction. So like people that drink a bunch of coffee, you hear if they don't drink coffee, it's like, yo, I'm gonna have a headache if I don't drink my coffee today.
Right.
I'm like,
That's good.
you have an
Yeah.
addiction to it because you have a headache. You'll see those guys that'll be like, oh no, I need to find me a girl to do whatever it is, blah blah blah. I don't care. It's after the fact how you're acting. That's the addiction. At least when I see that,
The
because if
acting
you
part.
do it
Okay.
and you just move on, you're like, okay, whatever. Eh. I don't think it's addiction at that point.
Hey,
I hear both of y'all. That's deep.
it's crazy. Evan said that, right? Because that was one of the reasons why, in my younger years, why it's probably an excuse I made, but to me, I really thought there was a problem. I cheated a lot, right? Because it could be a good woman and everything. This is my younger years, so don't jump down my throat. Having
I'm clipping that.
having sex all the time in a relationship. I feel like having it too often, I lost the like. I feel like it wasn't exciting anymore. Like I didn't have no built up excitement for it. It kind of like I knew it was gonna come daily, so it became boring.
Literally.
It became boring hearing the same sound, seeing the same legs up in the air, seeing the same face expressions. It's kind of like I didn't like it. I'm just gonna be honest, right? And then when I met, the only time I've never cheated is on my up until I was like 31. That's when I stopped cheating. When I met my first child mother, my oldest daughter, mom, and then I got married. And with those two relationships, I just stopped cheating out of nowhere. And I was like, damn, how the hell? Like I normally cheat. Like I never thought I'd be faithful. And I realized we wasn't having it wasn't the sex was always built up. Like it'll be like a week, then we'll go 2 days strong, and then we go about another week without it, then we go 2 days strong. Like it was always I had to where I had to build up, and I was excited. Like damn, okay, yeah, it's time. I got some shit built up. I got to get some shit off my chest, and it felt better that way instead of just doing it all the time. I used to cheat a lot.
Do you think you're gonna stay with that person?
Yeah, because even after that, I've learned that intimacy is more than just sex itself. So,
what percentage do you think intimacy? Well, let's say sex.
for
What percentage of
me,
the relationship you think that is?
for me, I'm gonna say you say what percentage?
Percentage-wise.
Not sex.
The percentage-wise, how important in the relationship, out of 100% of the relationship, what is the percentage you would put sex holds?
For me, I say about 10, 15. For me, because there's other things my wife do for me outside of just sex that makes me want to continue to stay married to her. Sex is just the icing on the cake.
And that's how a relationship can last a lifetime.
Facts.
However, these people who put sex as 50%, they're almost guaranteed divorce, Kev. Almost
Facts.
guaranteed. And people they'll argue me down. They'll tell me you just don't do it right. Well, you'll find out. There is no way you can place one thing and place it so high where you don't have full control over it. No matter what you think, you don't have full control over whether you're going to be able to deliver good sex for the rest of your life. You have no control over it. None. So do you really want to make it 50%? That's all.
That's cool. Facts. Y'all preaching how I want y'all to preach up in hand.
What's good, Kev? How you doing, man?
What's the deal, Mr. P in the building? I got a few people. I gotta get AJ in the building.
What's
Sis
up?
Bunny in the building. What's up, y'all?
Yeah. See,
Dang, I got a room full of mods. I just thought about.
Burn. Now, if y'all can, two things. Number one, if y'all can, tap the screen. Let's get this live up, okay? There's 18 of us, right? TikTok really ain't pushing lives like they used to. And we always have good conversations in here. These are conversations that I think a lot of people can definitely benefit from. So if y'all can tap the screen, drop some hashtag FYPs in the comments, share it out to some friends, do whatever you need to. Let's get this out to some people, all right? Just saying. Let's share the conversation. But no, I just, y'all are definitely hitting the nail on the head. I think when it comes to the whole Smex thing,
They'll show it. If you send gifts, they'll put you on the FYP.
that too. I think the other thing too, when it comes to the whole Smex thing, is at the end of the day, it's always been overhyped for what it is, right? Like the whole fucking shebang has always been so overhyped that people literally think either that's the only way they can gain connection because they don't know themselves and they don't understand what intimacy is, and then also like it's around us 24/7, right? You can't turn on the TV without seeing something. You can't be advertised something without seeing it. It's fucking everywhere. And until people kind of start thinking for themselves and realizing like what intimacy means for them, is the only reason why we're going to stay stuck in these situations. Now, as far as the 304 phase, that's just a lot of the time people just misconstrue the dating phase, right? Dating doesn't mean you got to sleep with everybody. You can go on you can go on a 5 million dates, just get to know people, have conversation, get to know that person and see if that's the person that you want to continue to keep going on dates with. That doesn't mean you have to sleep with that person. But a lot of people, they misconstrue the two. A lot of people think that, oh, if I do it on the first date, I'm supposed to know right then and there. If it's not good, it's not going to last. Like, it don't need to be like that, right? You can go on dates with people. It's not that big of a deal. You don't got to be sleeping with each other. Like, it really ain't that serious. It's really not. But that's just my little two takes on the topic. I don't know what question y'all got to, so I don't know if you want me to keep answering, Kev, or you want me to shut up.
Where you at now?
I just did the why do people think the 304 phase is necessary?
You can do. Dang, there's so many more people in here, so you can do the first one, and then I
Okay. Can you take a relationship after sleeping with someone on the first date? What do you mean? Like take it serious?
Yeah.
I think when I was younger, I think it definitely messed up a lot of things just because I didn't fully understand or I didn't have the maturity to understand how the whole Smex thing complicates things. Where now I'm in my 30s, like if you trying to sleep with me on the first date, like you definitely tell me that you only went on the date for one thing. So nah, I'm cool. I'm good on that. I'm gonna go find something else. But that's just me. But I'll yield. But y'all, if y'all can, keep tapping the screen and share out the live.
And join the team too. That helped me too. They say to popularize how to join the team. Y'all gonna have an orange heart near y'all name. That's how I know if y'all part of the team or not, because the snitches on you. And the snitches on you too. If you see, he just did it right there. What there? You gonna see that heart? That's when you okay, and he did it too. See. So that's how y'all join the team. I heard it's like it puts you on the popular lives or something like that. I don't really understand what it is, but it sounds good. So I'll go ahead and rock with it though. So yeah. So hashtag FYPs, and I feel like it's something else that I don't know, but
subscribe.
It wouldn't hurt if y'all helped him hit that live goal too.
Yeah,
that's all good.
Throw his live goal.
You after Mr. P. After Mr. P, you next.
All right, so I'm just gonna comment on what I heard coming in, and then I'll hit the green question and the first one really quick. I think that addiction, people try to apply it properly, but they give it kind of a different meaning. They put addiction in place of negotiating with themselves to do something. It's much easier to get that rush of hormones and say, oh yeah, I want this, I'm gonna do it, than to exercise free will and discipline and say, nah, I need to preserve that for later. And there's more important things to focus on in the moment. So, people will say, well, I can't stop. They've negotiated in their head that they can't stop, so they believe it. We have really tricky ways of manipulating and negotiating ourselves into certain situations, and people don't give that credit. Like, they think in their minds that it's just them, but it's really your conscious mind is combating your instinctual mind, and your brain is kind of running things separately from your conscious. I mean, homeostasis is a thing where your brain regulates your heartbeat, your lung repetition, your blood pressure, your body temperature, all this stuff without your conscious knowing. So there's other things at play too. And because we have our conscious mind, we're afforded the ability to say no to our impulses, and that takes strength. It's much easier to just say, well, this is too hard to say no to, so I'm just going to say yes. When you have the ability to just say nah. Someone pointed out you were a kid once. Yeah, well, guess what? You were a kid once, and you probably lived 15 years without having to worry about that ever. In most cases. You know, so we can all have our outliers. Oh, well, I lost it at 11, or I lost it to whatever. The point is it wasn't a main focus of your life for growing up. It doesn't have to be now. So I think people love the word addiction because they can say that, you know, I'm addicted to this, and it's just how I am. I have no reason to change. You got to accept it how it is. They completely avoid the mirrors in their houses. You know what I'm saying? So 304 phase, why do people say it's necessary? Ties into what I just said. It's easier to say yes to yourself than no to yourself. And then, you know, once you've gone through it and whatnot, people, you know, without getting into the other questions, you know, they don't want to discuss it because typically things you have to do in a locked room with closed windows and shutters are things you're ashamed of. And you don't want to have it aired out for the whole world to see. So can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? I knew my wife for like 3 years, man. We were friends, but we were like both in relationships when we were friends. And then a time ended up when we were single. And it was like, hey, you want to come and chill at my house? And we did the thing, and we've been married for 15 years strong now. And so technically that was on the first date. For me, I mean, maybe this is a bad perspective, but it's like if I got a girl to sleep with me on the first date, I can't be mad at her. She went with everything I was trying to do. What I was doing worked. So why am I going to get mad at the girl for you know, taking quote unquote the bait that I provided? You know, if I'm going to not have respect for her because she slept with me on the first day, I got to also not respect myself for sleeping with her on the first date. I look at it as that's a two-way sword, and ultimately each person has the ability to end it without the other person having a say. You can say, you know, you can make it clear you're not going to sleep with them, whether they wanted to or not. So each person is at fault for exposing themselves in a way they didn't need to.
Okay. Before Edwin go, I want to make sure that if y'all it's two open spots if y'all want to pop up in here. Y'all ain't gotta be stuck in the comments and stuff. And if y'all haven't shared, go ahead and share. We had 116 shares, and the better way to do it is just hold where my prompt is at. Hold it for like about 2 seconds. Then you're gonna see a list of friends, and y'all can just share it to all of them. Go ahead and bring them up in here. I got another about maybe an hour, about an hour for y'all, or 2 hours. I mean, but go ahead, Edwin, and then it's open panel after Edwin.
All right. Good evening to all. So I'm gonna answer these question by question. Why do people think the 304 phase is necessary? I don't think they believe it's necessary until after they get to a certain point. But going into it, they're looking for something that they're not finding, so they just keep looking and repeating the cycle, and it ends up being a 304 phase. Can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? It used to be a thing, but so we have so much access to one another. That's just gonna remind you of someone you past met, and you're probably gonna feel like it's gonna turn out. This is not a definite answer, but you probably feel like it's gonna turn out. So before, when you were younger, especially in my day, you had to write numbers down. It took time to go on a date, and you didn't have so much access to men or women. So it would that first night would mean something, but now it doesn't mean anything because people can just go on dates after dates after dates, and they don't know how to value people in those quick moments, so they don't work out anymore. And women, when I used to do it, they used to lose respect for me. They thought highly of me. They enjoyed it, but they thought I should be better. They thought I would be better than the guys before them. So I understand. Why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? Because it's embarrassing. They know it's embarrassing. They know people are not going to be accepting of it. So why would they say it? I get it. Unless it's low, they'll say it if it's low. But then if you're really modest, you won't say it at all because you have some type of code of ethics. Would a smexless relationship be? Absolutely, would be goddamn horrible and sick to be in that. Why and why not? Because relationship, there's components that's into everything, and a smex is a part of a relationship. If you have a relationship without it, what is the point of being in a relationship? My bad. I got a call. Can you hear me? My bad. I got a call. All right.
Yeah, we hear you, man. We hear you. I don't know if he wanted you to attack the whole panel, Edwin, or all the questions.
I mean, I'm going through them pretty quick.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Do you not want me to finish? I'll leave it on. I don't know.
I mean, I don't care. I didn't know how he was running it.
Yeah, I'm asking the host.
You can go ahead then. I guess you can do that then. You can do that.
Okay, well, if you had a point of stopping, I would have stopped for you.
Oh, no, you go ahead. You good. You good. All right. You know, it's just running through him. I'm like, he running through him fast, so I don't think I guess I'll let him.
It's making sense too, right? Yeah, it's making sense too, right? Like you guys are getting it, picking up.
Oh no, I think a lot of us store it up though. That's why I can't wait to the open panel.
All right. If smex is a need, people should be allowed to cheat. I believe you're allowed to be with whoever you want to be with, as many people as you want, as long as you're being honest with everybody in the beginning and not later on. Absolutely. If the person you're in line with accepts who you are, which you should want them to do, actually, you should want them to accept you for who you are, so you should be honest with them, so it wouldn't be considered cheating if you told someone you enjoy the company of multiple women, you have good times with them, and that's just where you are in that space. And if you accept that, that's cool. If not, I understand. That should be a conversation you have with your partner before you become partners, or your potential, whatever you want to call it. That should be the conversation. Honesty. Cheating is always wrong. If you're cheating and lying, it's wrong. Why? What are the reasons people stress without... I think it caused some type of, I don't know, man. They stress. It's like an addiction, I guess. And when you come off of a drug or whatever, it causes you to stress and need it. I don't know. I really don't have an answer for that, but I feel like that could be a thing. That's something that I feel, so I can't. It's not that's not no educated guess answer. I have no idea. I feel like I missed one. That's it. Right?
No, you good. All right, it's open panel. Anybody want to agree?
Is it considered cheating if you get permission?
Nope. It's consent. It's not cheating. You cheat when you lie and sneak and do it. That's a cheat.
Okay. All right. I thought I heard you say you got to get approval. I'm like, well, that wouldn't even be considered cheating.
Oh no, I was saying you need whoever you're dealing with beforehand, like before you get into a relationship with them or any type of smack, you should let them know who you are so they can accept you. And it is people out here that will accept you for who you are. You just got to learn how to be honest and learn how to communicate with them.
Right, but in that situation, I don't think that would be considered cheating at all. That would just be like an open relationship.
It could be if that's what you present. If you know how to communicate what you need from a woman properly, because they have different ways of communication, they'll accept it. Or a lot of them won't, but some of them will. And you'll have the ones that will, that be loyal to you because they know who you are.
I agree with you. I'm just thinking that it wouldn't fit under the word cheating at all because you're being honest about it. You know, cheating comes with some deceit.
Some agreement.
And that's why I said cheating is wrong.
Yeah.
So everybody, do y'all agree?
I mean, I'm just gonna say that the question, how it's phrased, if it's a need, should people be allowed to cheat? I just think that's almost a contradiction. Being allowed to cheat, so you're allowed to lie and be deceiving, or you're allowed to openly be with other people. I'm assuming is what it's talking about. And if that's the case, it's not cheating. But I dig deeper, and it's not so much the permission granted by the other person,
right?
The permissions that I grant myself,
right? I think that's what it is.
If I'm in a relationship, and I understand what Edwin is saying about presenting who you are. If you've decided you're going to be the kind of person that has to have multiple partners, then you should definitely air that out. That should be up in front when you're being serious with somebody. But personally, if I'm going to decide to be committed to somebody and invest my time into them, even with their permission, that's not something that I decided that I want to do. I decided against that when I decided to be committed. So that's just, I already made the decision. Now I just got to uphold it. So even with the consent to cheat, I still wouldn't.
So I'm gonna let y'all know what I mean on that part about that though, because I don't agree that Smith. I guess everybody. No, I'm saying Smeck still. I'm scared. Y'all can get booty, but y'all can say. I don't believe that it is a that's a need. I just don't believe it. I mean, I'm 4 years old and I ain't unalive yet. But because the thing, it's the reason why I said that, man. If it is a need, that means you can't live without. I just think it's a strong desire that people want, and they just call it a need. Just like we were saying, how people mold their mind to something, because like it goes back to, which I'm pretty sure people wasn't in here earlier when we was talking about this, is that people they, I guess hey, what the frick I was getting to? Basically, they like I said, they condition themselves or whatever, and it's like, what you gonna do when you get old? Nah, it ain't no need no more. What the heck going on? You know what I'm saying? And then also, so many people blinded to it. I think that addiction thing is that stuff is real, and the lack of self control, that's another problem too, because it's just that feeling. Oh yeah, and what we was talking about earlier is like, if is it the smecks? Because that's what Sean had said. Well, yeah, drug. Is it the smecks part, or is it that you got a bus? You know what I'm saying? It's the smecks is the need part, or is the bus part? You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see what that is, because if that's the case,
Yeah, I think that is the case. You got to get that's really what the case was for me, because you'll call somebody or text somebody and be talking all crazy, and then once you shoot that, you don't even want to talk to the person no more. So was it really them, or was it you just need to get your rocks off? And when you come to the terms of like, you know what, that which I've done myself, I just need to get one off. So now I don't even lust for women anymore, because I'm really lusting to get off. But then I desire things in certain type of women. So that's how it helped me recognize, like, I desire certain qualities in a woman, and that's what I want to be around even after I bust one.
I would just say though, Edwin, not lusting is a good thing, my guy. You made it sound like you not lusting for women is a bad thing. No, not lusting is a good thing, my guy. Lust is not a positive.
Lust makes you do dumb
drive.
things.
You know,
Right.
so you're saying I don't even lust anymore. I like, dude, that is excellent. That is
I know. Because it gives you, it helps you create discipline within yourself and not
absolutely
allow you to allow bad people energy around you. Like, bro, I'm not about to deal with nobody you raising their voice at me. I'm not going to even entertain.
Right, exactly. Right.
I want to make sure I heard it right. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not going to even entertain that energy. You don't even get no attention from me. I don't even need that from you.
I like that you said that though, because that's the reason why I don't put up with a lot of these women. I ain't gonna even lie, in general, right? Because we already know if we see some fine stuff in front of us, that boy jiggling, all that other stuff or whatever, we let it slide. And it's like, and then for the most part, we be so scared to lose the opportunity or something like that. We already know as men,
that's exactly what it is.
We miss out. Like, dang, I done messed up. And then you got that one friend always in your ear, like, bro, how you messed that up, dog? That boy, you see that boy clapping while she walking and stuff. So it's like now that I took that vision away, you know what I'm saying, and controlling myself a little bit more, I'm like, dog, she really sounds silly when she opened her mouth. She been going by all these years saying this silly stuff and nobody checked her. You know what I'm saying? Like, dudes be letting stuff slide past because them lust visions, it'll make some stuff happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, I didn't even know she was talking crazy like that all that time. I just wanted to get this out of my system. You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, Kev, I got an idea that just like popped in my head off of something I did when I was younger. So when I stopped drinking, I wanted to like see like how it was affecting me. One night I went to the bar with my friends, and I just drank water all night. Like, I had water in the shot glasses. You know, I'm pretending to drink with everybody. I'm just watching everybody in the bar. And it gave me such a gross feeling watching how everybody started interacting as the night just progressed on. Not lusting for women in the dating market will give you that same kind of vision. It allows you to weed out a lot of the bullshit, because everybody else is just feeding off their own emotions and their own drives. And when you have your shit in control, it gives you so much better clarity of thought.
And that does the same thing for women too, because they'll be in a relationship and a man can have a forehead ping, and they'll enjoy it because they really emotion are connected with this person. They really care about how they make them feel. But then those things over time, they start to go away, and now they start noticing how trash this dude is. This dude don't even wash his ass that good. I got to keep telling him to get in the shower. Those things are okay before because you were. I call it being love drunk. When you're love drunk, you let a lot of stuff go. But then when you start getting out of that, you start sober, and you're like, this dude is. He not even really that cute. That's why women used to say, well, you had a little D anyway, because they're not love drunk anymore. They're over you. So they don't care. They start noticing things about you because you don't have their emotions in the space you had them before at their height.
Or they call you big.
I like what Mr. Print just said there. That's it's a very interesting perspective there. Go into a bar, don't get drunk like everyone else, and you start to recognize the ills that surround you.
Facts.
Imagine if somebody took on life's perspective in that same manner. Everything in life, you don't look at it through the lens of the vicinity you're in, but you remove yourself. Even though you're at a concert, you don't engage as all the concert doers. Even though you're at a bowling alley, you're not doing what the other bowling alley. Even if you're watching a movie, you're not acting like.
Oh man, I was slamming shot glasses filled with water. We were cheering.
But just imagine.
I knew I wasn't getting drunk. I wanted to observe.
Imagine if we went through our lives that way. It's really hard to get everyone to understand. And I'm sure this is going over some people's head because they're trying to say, what the hell is this guy talking about? Imagine if we lived our lives authentically, not the feminist bullshit, live my own life. I'm talking about really not caring what you hear in the movies. I'm not a part of that. What you hear in music, I'm not a part of that. What you hear people talk about on TikTok, I'm going listening, but I am intentionally not allowing other people BS coming out of their mouth to affect you. I'm one of the first people to say people around you will affect you. But if you intentionally do not allow others around you, in front of you, behind you, speaking around you, intentionally do not allow them to affect you, your whole world changes. Things that you thought were impossible will be absolutely possible, and you're going to be literally lapping. This is a track term. You're going to be lapping your competition because no one can keep up with you when you actually don't engage fully in what everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
What you said there, bro, that hit me hard, but I love it.
Man, I'm just glad someone picked up on it because I really did do that. And what you were saying prior about how like you changed the way your vision was, and it's like that's exactly what that experiment for my life did. It allowed me a different vision from what everybody else around me was having, and I could just see all of the, as Evans put it, the ills. So I'm just glad it sunk in. That was thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I was talking about. Remember, I was mentioning that before earlier about the or was that what led into that? I forgot. I was mentioning that earlier about me, like with my little celibate thing and stuff. Oh, not celibate. That's the abstinent thing. You know, I just noticed so dang on much. It's crazy, and it helped expand my mind. But it's like it's so different when you like stop rely. I ain't gonna say rely. Stop depending on so many things to function in life. Because that's been my whole goal, is because I just never liked it. I even tell you a story, like, right, because I guess that's just part of my, ego in a way. I use ego. I just never liked the control in a certain way, right? So it made me think about. I remember one time I was messing with this chick and she came through or whatever. And we, did our thing, whatever. And she ended up saying something like, yeah, basically made it seem like I needed her or you couldn't resist or something like that. Now my ego got to me so bad, like I wanted to prove her wrong so bad. I'm like, man, I don't know what you talking about, man. I'll show you that. But that's how it is, though. So I think about stuff. I think about stuff like that, though. Like, can I deal without? You know what I'm saying? Can I live a regular life without having to have an extra person? Can I live if I had to challenge myself, like, cause I like maybe play a video game or something like that to show I'm not addicted. I like, can I go without? You know what I'm saying? Can I function and do something else? You know what I'm saying? So it's so many things, like, I ain't never drank like that bad anyway. So drink it, all these things that people just make an excuse to make a lifestyle about because I see them doing it, or they go through it and stuff. I'm like, no, I don't want to be like them. If I gotta just like some people, and I feel like I understand that some people gotta go on medicine and all this other stuff, but I think I'm trying to prevent that too, because I think like a lot of times a lot of people could have prevented that by just simply trying to eat healthy, exercise, and all the other stuff. So it's like I'm trying my best to not depend on a lot of things as least as I can as I live my life. You know what I'm saying? I realize it's a more peaceful type lifestyle, because if you start depending on things you have to pay for every moment, it becomes stressful. I gotta wait till I get on the spot for me to feel good, or why I can't sit here and meditate with something for free? Maybe meditate, pray, something, or you chill, listen to music, anything. You know what I'm saying? Something that I don't have to really depend on or circulate. Maybe breathe, just sit here for a couple of times or something like that. So it's just like I never wanted to, and I feel bad for people that say these things are needs. That's the whole point of this topic right here. Because it's like, dang, can you really like function in life? Can you have a partner you can have a conversation with that you don't have to smash all the time? Or you always gotta, I can understand it's hard, you know what I'm saying? Because I know most of my chicks, if I'm with it, but I can feel it though. But I still have to come to like, you know what? If this gonna be my forever, it's gonna be a time where it's not gonna work. And can I really deal with this in front of my face without it? And that's what I try to tell people. That's what I was mentioning earlier. If you can't deal without it, since it's so elite, so such a need, you can't deal with them. And that's just flat out. And that's just straight up my point of view. You can't deal with that person if you can't deal without them without having sex with them. You know what I'm saying? Because like you're only putting up with them, or you let them mouth a certain way. You let them because you're thinking about what they did to you the other night. You know what I'm saying? You let a lot of stuff slide. That's just what happens. And then reality gonna hit, and then like I think Evans was even mentioned before, like them the relationships that don't last for too long. They just don't. They tired of each other. They good. Yeah, man. They got every last name to call each other, but it been getting blocked out because that what that mouth do was doing something else. You know what I'm saying? Or what that So I always that person that thought about the future. I understand some stuff is just for a quick cope or maybe to feel good for the moment, right? But I always told myself, that's always been my message since I've been on here. I rather live good than feel good. Everybody based off feelings. They're the most stressful people on here because they always got to be happy. I always got to be. No, you got to realize that you're not going to get that. If you're entitled to happiness, or you feel like that's your requirement in life, you're done for, because you're not going to be happy all the time. Sometimes I make myself happy over the littlest things, which I learned I can get my joy right out of just gratefulness, gratefulness and appreciation. That's how I get my joy, and that's one of the best things, to wake up and be like, you know what, why I gotta complain for? I got another chance. Some people didn't even get a chance. I've just heard today somebody just passed away. And just the fact of just still living and getting another chance to start over. Stop worrying about the people I done got into it with some days ago or yesterday. And this person, because I got to think about that for the rest of my life. What a way to go out. Ain't nobody promised tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, people be mad like, I'm going to get over this situation when I feel like it. Who said you feel like it is it's going to happen? You know what I'm saying? Who said it's going to happen? People literally think these days are promised to any of us. You can get in a car accident literally tomorrow. But thankful for whatever I don't want to say thank God because I believe in God, but thankful that whoever you believe in, right, has been saving you, because it's literally a risk when you go out in that car. It's a risk. Somebody can you could be as perfect of a driver if you want to, and somebody still can pop you. You're not an agent off of freaking Matrix, or you're not none of that stuff. Stuff can hit you and you can't do nothing about it. You can fall asleep and a tree fall in your house. Like, it's all type of stuff that literally happen. That's why I be thankful every day I get a chance to wake up. You get a heart attack when you sleep. It's so much things that can happen, and people just don't and take life
as a, that's why I be so. That's why I'm against the entitlement mentality and all this other stuff. Because people be like, I deserve this and all this other stuff. Like, no, you don't. You better be thankful that you got to wake up. What you talking about? You deserve. I'm entitled to this and all that stuff. There's so many entitled people in the grave right now. They don't understand. They have plans and all this stuff. They entitled with some worms all on them, sucking on their body and stuff. Like, what the heck? So it's just, I don't know. It's just so much stuff, man. That's the reason why this topic is kind of like this, man. Because it's like, we got to realize, like, man, can I really deal with this person? Do I really love this person? Do I lust after this person? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm getting to about that.
Hey, Kev, I got a couple comments on that beautiful speech you just gave us. First off, there was a social experiment that was done where a guy was videotaping the scenes or recording the scenes, whatever language you want to use. Anyways, he was interviewing people, and he's like, how would you feel if tomorrow morning I gave you $10 million? Like, how great would your life be? And people would be all wonderful, and he'd be like, okay, so you'd accept the $10 million and you'd be totally happy, and they'd all say yes. And then he says, okay, but now here's the catch, is that tomorrow will be the last day that you wake up. So tomorrow you wake up, you get the $10 million, and that's all you get is that day. You don't get to wake up again. Would you still take the $10 million? Not a single person said yes, because of the simple deduction that simply waking up in the life that they have is worth more than $10 million. Being able to do that is worth more than $10 million. So, with your happiness in life and whatnot, you can really change your perspective. You can look at all of the things you have to fight against, or you can look at all of the things that have propped you up to be where you're at. And I think that second option gives you a little bit more grace through life.
Yeah. I like how you did that.
You talked about being in a relationship and in love for a moment. And I've talked with you in the past about how I think that love is more like the tide, in that you move in and out of the ocean, and sometimes it's deeper and sometimes it's shallower, because that's what the nature of the tide is. And that if you're going to base your marriage simply on love as a foundation, it's like building a foundation on sand. Is that it can be beneficial at some points, but when it washes away, what do you have? So what I recommend is that you actually take the time to like the individual that you're going to be married to. Mm-hmm. What I mean is, be interested in hearing about the things that interest them, that maybe aren't necessarily big priorities in your life, but you're able to carry on a conversation beyond a superficial level and be genuinely interested. Because when you're in a long-term marriage, and I consider 15 years to be long-term, like I am, there's going to be moments where that tide has gone out and the ship is resting on the shore. And you're gonna need to be able to stay on the beach and figure out how to stay there and manage even without that ocean. So, in my opinion, you really got to like the individual, because that's what's going to keep you together when the bills are late and the kid needs braces and the car needs a new battery and they're they're cutting the OT at work. And, all of this stuff, when it's like everything is a hustle and a grind and you're not able to just throw down all fucking hardcore like you could, what's going to keep you together? Liking who they are and being able to sit down after a shit day and be like, how are you doing? And say funny comments to each other. So I always say love is great, but that's a product of a healthy, functioning relationship. Liking someone holds a lot more weight, because that's what's going to allow you to have the long game. And I'll land there.
I just thought about that. You said, "Oh wow, that's funny," because I was the opposite on that too. I think I remember talking to, I think it was hashtag. It was me hashtag and what's the red pill veal, man? I forgot his name. That 6 4. And they two, and it was, I guess I was more on the love. They was on the like. And I feel like being in love is that I think the reason why I don't think that I think love is more long term than like is because I think that's the problem is everybody go based off of how much because you're not going to like that person all the time. I look at love as just like you love your brothers and sisters and mother, you know, even if they do some horrible things, they might even whatever you still love them. So that's like the main center thing I think first. I think that in love and all that other stuff that be tied in with lust and happiness. I think people think love and happiness is the same thing. I think love is more of a selfish thing, which I tell people I think that's selfless. I mean, love is selfless and happiness is more of a selfish thing because some people's love is based off of if I'm happy at the moment. If I'm happy, then I love you. That transactional type love right there. But it's like, is that really love? I really actually I can go deep on that stuff too. I actually believe unconditional love is real love. That means just the simple fact of loving somebody with no attachments and stuff. Simple fact of loving somebody with no attachments and stuff. Background. Oh my, that was loud. But
listen, I'm not saying that the love completely disappears. I'm just saying that love it changes and it has different shapes. Right. And
I don't think that's love though.
You're talking over a long period of time, and this is just anecdotal. This is just an observation of my own life. You know, like for me, it's just love has always been there. I'm just saying the love's influence and impact on my life, I guess, is what's varied, and that's what I'm noticing.
Yes, love fluctuates for you, right, Mister?
Yeah, and I think that's acceptable.
Yeah, there's no other way. You can't force love to remain the exact same way. The reason why it's a little bit different with like is because like is less emotional. Like is an affinity. I have a connection to you. I really like basketball. I don't love basketball. I don't get a hard on from basketball, but I really like basketball. And it's a little bit easier to keep an even keel like for 30, 40, 50 years. I can continue to like something. But let's say basketball goes on a strike. I love basketball. All of a sudden, damn it, I hate basketball because they took it away from me. They always say there's a thin line between love and hate. It's not a thin line between like and hate. The reason why is because love will fluctuate no matter who you are. You're going to have days where you love on 10, then you love on 1. And sometimes you don't love at all anymore because they truly disappointed you. Think about the person that you like. Can they really disappoint you? Probably not. I just like them. And I'm going to like them and I'm going to continue liking them. Because it's not a thin line between like and hate. That love is really much more emotional than we give credit for.
Yeah, and I'm just simply highlighting the importance to liking somebody, because I saw a bunch of comments about loving someone and not liking them. And when the love is not as heavy and prevalent, and you're looking at that person and you're like, oh, I don't even like this individual. The incentive internally for me would be like, well, what am I actually staying for? Is it just the high of love, or is there something about this person that I actually like? And maybe that's an analysis that just works for me. But I think it's important to just be able to be genuinely interested in your partner's life and their interests. And I think that comes along with, communication as well. Like my wife and I, even when the love hasn't been as prevalent, we've still been able to communicate and talk and coexist and live, because there were still other things in our lives that drawed us together. And it wasn't based just off of love. There's more to the equation.
Yeah, I think that everybody, for the most part, I think we just got our own way we see love, I guess. Love and like, I don't know, because that's going to be one we just all going to have, well, not all, just us few, going to have to just, I guess, on our own sides with that one. I don't know how to put the word there, though, but or agree to, I don't like saying agree to disagree.
Because like that's one thing I just talk about. I always talk about that all the time, though, because I do view love as a whole different thing. I mean, I'm glad God didn't just say that Jesus died on the cross because he liked us. I'm glad he didn't say that. I actually believe that we was made out of love. I don't know. I think everything is made out of love, low key. I think it started off with love. That's why even hatred come about, jealousy, the love of money, greed, all that stuff. And still, I still feel like it's some type of love behind all that stuff, anyways, though, is in
I
different type
think
of ways. But I think I don't know. I gotta rock with the. I'm team love, man. I'm team love. And then the more I
yeah.
start learning to love myself, and I actually love everybody with no attachments. I don't have to, you know, I don't have to like what you say or do. You know what I'm saying? I still got love for you. Some people I don't even like nothing about them, but I still got I got love for them. You know, just because I know that we are different people. It's just some people you just don't match with sometimes. You know, I'm thinking beyond just the relationship, but I think that's the same thing that goes if you can go into the relationship. You know, because I even like, I still got love for my exes. I got love for my enemies. You know, I don't really call them enemies, but people that don't like me or whatever. You know, I don't know. I really do have, and I built myself to have unconditional love. Not like them. I have built myself for that because I look at it that, I'm the type of person, because I understand some people is that you got to earn my respect or disrespect. I just give it. I'm a give type person, and I don't have to wait. I just feel like more is more. And I understand. I believe the average people, right, overall is that's what's the word? I just talked about that a couple of days. It's transactional. You know, people got to do something for you to do that. I actually condition myself that I don't have to wait. You know what I'm saying? I understand that a lot of people, and like I said, I think the average do that. Everybody like you, hey, what you do for me, then I gotta do for you or something like that or whatever. But hey, I guess we could thank that celibacy thing because I was like, I'm blaming it on that. But I just say I did figure out that I can love people without them having to do anything for me. And they might did some horrible stuff, but I think that's where forgiveness come in at, compassion, all the other stuff. Like it's so many things behind love, how I see love, because I do feel like it's more of a selfless thing. It's not based off of if I'm feeling good today, I gotta love you. Nah, I just, I don't know. That's just how I view it though. That's all.
I'm gonna say, I think people value love. They don't value people that they like, because if I love you, I value you enough to sit up here and put my life on the line for you. I value you enough to sit up here and understand you're not getting what the person getting from me that I like, because they probably don't get much from me at all. I could like you, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna sit up here and put my life on the line for you. I could like, I think when you talk about things as far as like and love shows you who you're willing to sit up here and ride for. When you like somebody, that just shows you who got potential to be in the same light as the person. They can work their way towards you loving them, if that makes sense. Like they haven't reached that level of where you say, oh, well, I'm gonna put them in the same category as my moms, my brothers, my cousins. Because when you see people that you love as family, what you gonna do? You gonna treat them like family. But when you just got somebody that you like that you're not really too sure about, that person could leave your life at any moment. They could like you for that moment and then go like somebody else at the same time. If that makes sense to y'all.
Okay, I see why y'all looking at it that way. I see where y'all going. Okay, let me try to frame it a different way. Maybe you'll see it the way I'm trying to explain it. Type of guy they should pursue to date and possibly towards marriage, right? I would tell a woman, you have a better chance having a real relationship with a guy that you like. You meet him, you like him, you grow love for them, as opposed to the guy that you meet, you fall head over heels in love, but you're not sure you like him. Do you see the difference between the two? The like means you already the person in you already have built in an affinity towards this person outside of emotion. You cannot get love. You cannot get to the point of love at all without emotion. I'm sorry, what did you say, Kev?
No, so I get you. I get what you mean.
Yeah. So the fact that you're allowing emotion to somehow have precedence over something that lacks emotion, and when you lack emotion, that means you're using your intellect. Now, you tell me which do you trust more? Do you trust your intellect or your emotion? And that will tell you the answer as to who to choose. What do you think?
All I'm saying from the perspective of it is that love is important, but love, from my perspective, is a byproduct of several factors. I don't think that love comes as easily as being unconditional. That phrase to me inherently is a very large ask, and I think people just underestimate it. Kev, I'm not saying that about you. I understand your very deep thought about it. But there's a lot of people that use that term, I love unconditionally, like it's an easy fucking ask. Okay, it ain't. All right, to truly believe that is not an easy ask. So, for me,
it's not easy. No,
someone is going to be what's important it's going to be just as important, because love, there's going to be moments in your long-term marriage relationship to the end of your life where the love isn't going to feel as intense. It's not going to feel as present, is the word I'm using. I'm not saying that it has completely vanished. It just doesn't feel. And what keeps the relationship going is being able to still have a conversation and an interest in who they are, to actually like them. So that's my only point, is that it's another tool to help you be successful in marriage. And I think that if your marriage is successful, love will be the byproduct.
So I can feel it. I can feel that though. I feel it. Especially how even when so let me ask y'all this question then. Do you think, from what I noticed, right, is that I think a lot of people mix happiness and love together, man. I believe so. And first off, let me, and if y'all want to jot this down, because when I first heard this, it made just so much sense to me when somebody broke down the 7 principles of love, and it made so much sense, and and that's what I figure real love is. But so let me just in case y'all don't get y'all pens and papers out if y'all like it. So that's why I feel like love is more of a selfless thing. So the 7 principles of love. I say this every time. Y'all gonna hear me say this at least once a week, because every time somebody bring up love, I gotta bring this up. So the first one is selflessness, which that's the thing there, the key one I'll be saying, like when it comes to love. The second one is concern. Everybody usually know that, we would say care, concern, something like that. So that's number 2. Number 3 is understanding. Number 4 is compassion. Like people like saying empathy and all the other stuff, but I see that compassion is more of the same thing as empathy, except you don't take on the emotions. Like you don't have to feel sad like them. You just understand it. So forgiveness. Number 5. It's so many people that talk about love don't even know what forgiveness is, and I can get why they always want to feel good or happy. You don't even know how to forgive. So if you notice, like even with all these 7 principles, right? It's a selfless type thing. So these are not what you receive, right? Because what you receive usually be like what make me happy, what make me feel comfortable, what make me, right?
So forgiveness, right? That's why I don't want to hear nobody say nothing about no unconditional love. They don't even know what forgiveness is. That's just unconditional love though. Number 6 is mercy. You see how many people be running their mouth on this thing and stuff, even if they get a little feelings hurt, they just gotta go off. You know what I'm saying? They just gotta they give them what they deserve instead of not giving them. That's what mercy is. I actually was gonna make a video about the difference between mercy and grace. Number 7 is patience. I feel like that's a very big one too. So with that one, it's just like basically if you have love for a person, you gonna take your time to just like that's why the first thing I used was family members, right? Because I can't say I like my family members all of them. I just can't say that. You know what I'm saying? I can I
Yes,
can
but
get
you're not married to your family member. You're
yeah,
not
and
trying
that's
to
what I'm
live
saying
with
though.
them.
Yeah,
You know,
but
the
that's what I'm
relationship has
saying.
a different requirement.
Yeah, but that's real love. That's what I'm saying. People using that in love. Now, in love is a made up thing, whatever. That's something that people mix in with the feelings of happiness and lust or whatever, and this thing that you have towards whatever, your significant. So that's what I noticed what in love is. So I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad you did say that. But as I'm saying, nobody don't know what love is. You know what I'm saying? So love, it gotta be something where you love your father, you love your mother, and all that other stuff. I think that still should be in a regular relationship where you have. Not saying you gotta, because of course you're gonna love them different. But I look at love as in that's something like sacrifice, right? You sacrifice. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for family. You're willing to. These are selfless things. It's not about how I feel, right? It's not about them making me happy. Love is how is what I can do for them. Vice versa, like your partner should do for you. What can they do for you? That's how I look at what love is. Then we see what make us happy. It makes us happy for the way they love us, and I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? But I think love, like I said, I think love overall is just it's more of a selfless thing. So all that stuff will be selfless. So I think about even the top thing is sacrifice. I would think it's like a sacrificial type thing, and that's something that you get over time. Like I get what
Hey,
Evan was saying. Yeah,
Kev, I just got to interrupt because I see what you're implying with the word sacrifice, but I feel like sacrifice isn't the right word, because in my mind, sacrifice is like you're giving it up, but you don't want to. Whereas when you're in love and there's a difference in intent. Do you know what I mean? Like sacrifice is like you'd rather do something else, but you have to do this. Whereas
I can get what you're saying on that. Hey, do anybody want to take their own life though? I don't know. But
I wouldn't consider it a sacrifice if I had to be a human shield for my family. It wouldn't be something that I would have any regret for. It's not like there's something else I should have gave up.
Because I think about it like when people. Oh, my bad.
I don't know. I just was wondering if sacrifice is the right word. I don't know.
I think it is though. Like even when we make sacrifices for God, God actually wanted us to. I don't know. Like I said, everybody's not believers and stuff, so I can't. So I look at it the same thing. Like when what was it? Abraham was about to sacrifice his son. Of course, he didn't want to do it, but he did it for God out of love. I think love is something that you don't want. I think that's what that is. Sacrifice is something, just like you said, you don't want to do, but you do it because you love them. You see what I'm saying? Because if you want to do it, I don't think that's really it's not a sacrifice.
I think when you sacrifice, as far as you do sacrifice in your marriage or relationship, because at the end of the day, you're thinking, like you said, you're thinking selfless. And that is
selfless, right? Because you really don't want to do it. Because say if you did want to do it, right? You see what I'm saying? If you did want to do it, is it really out of love? This is something you already want to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I mean, I can get it. I can get what he's saying though, because I'll do it for mine, especially if I had kids and all the other stuff. But it's not like I really want to do it. If I can find many of ways so I don't have to take my own life out, ain't nobody just want to take their life. You know what I'm saying? That's not something I want to do. It's just something I had to do because I love them. You know what I'm saying? Something I would choose to do because I love them. I think that's how love works. You know what I'm saying? Just like when two people is not interested in the same thing, I think that's I wouldn't call it a second, but
it was a question, and your answer is correct. Like I was just curious if it was the right word, and you're right, it is.
You gotta be thinking on it more because I never got.
The only other kind of way I could see it, and this might be a trigger, but is when it comes in terms of giving one's life, maybe surrendering it. Doesn't have the same sound as sacrificing it, but it ultimately is the same end, and it's semantics at that point. Like you're correct. It is the right word. I was getting hung up in myself, and that's what I was asking about. And
no, we both just learned on that one because you ain't made me. I ain't think about that. I mean, that was a good question. I just didn't. I had to go with the flow while I was thinking about it because that's why I was just saying more. I was adding more things in there as I was thinking about it because that's a good
I started
question.
reading, and it's like a lot of things were pointing that sacrifice is like synonymous for willingliness, doing something. So, to me, I guess that's like the correct term to use exactly. So you were right. I was, like I said, just wasn't working out right in my head. That's why I asked.
I think when some people hear sacrifice, they hearing, like he said, some people hear it like, oh, I had to give up what I had to do. I had to sit up here and raise these kids, but baby, you chose to sit up here and open up them damn legs. At the end of the day, you can't sit up here and get mad because you done chose to get pregnant and have some damn babies, and you gave up your party life because you ain't think that, oh, being a parent probably wasn't that hard before you had them kids. In your mind, it probably wasn't hard, but till you actually had to put that action out there and put it to work, oh, you have to realize it ain't as easy as you think it is because you understand that when you had all that freedom time and your playtime, you like, damn, this is good. I like this. And then when you in those moments where you sitting up here,
All right, brother.
you with the guy, and it's like you probably like, damn, I want some kids by him. I want to have his baby. And then when you have his damn baby, now you feeling like, okay, I got these damn kids. When you got a baby on your hips 24/7 and all this stuff, now you feeling like, oh hell no, I can't go to the club because now I gotta find a babysitter. Now it becomes like, damn, I was living life. I was doing good before I had these motherfucking kids. And truth be told, the only person you gotta be mad at is yourself. Because those be the people who had kids too fast and felt like that now that they got kids, that it's like, damn, I done missed out. Cause you seeing all your homegirls, they kids all grown and now they back outside turning up, and you like, what the fuck? So it makes you feel like you regret having kids or getting pregnant so soon. Um, but I think that when you actually doing, like, meaning the women who actually, like, understand, I'm gonna put my family first because my dreams and shit, I could accomplish that later if I wanted to, or I should have accomplished it before this came along. But truth be told, I think when the ones that enjoy doing it, they have no problem with the sacrifices because they understand what comes with it and what they're doing it for. So that's why you don't hear them complain. That's why when you see certain cultures sit up here, like you see Hispanic families, the whole family sit up here and work hard to just give their father his dream truck. And it's like that's sacrificing. That's unconditional love. I love you so much. I'm willing to sit up here and work my ass off every day at my job just to put it towards your goal.
That's a good one too, right? Nobody who would want to work like that to do that. Who wanted that?
I know Amir wants to jump in.
I was just about to say that
I
too,
know
real quick.
Gemini wants to get in. Before they do that, and before we hear the gems they're going to be dropping, let's tap that screen, get up to 20.
That's funny. I was just about to ask for that too. That's crazy. I was
Let's
literally
get
about to say that.
hashtag FYP thrown up in the chat, and share the live. Don't get yourself in trouble for sharing too much. You know what? Go ahead, get yourself in trouble. Share that much. If you're willing to share that much, go for it. If you like what you're hearing, tap the screen. If you don't like what you're hearing, really tap the screen. Really tap it if you don't like it. If you hate it, just really tap it. Get more people in here so they can come and hate it with you. But also, I think that's it. Did I cover everything? Did we hit it all?
I think so. Yeah, you did. Oh, and join the team. Join the team with the heart.
In the team.
If y'all have an orange heart near y'all name, that means y'all gotta just hit one penny right next to where my name is at, where the likes is at up there, and hit that heart up there. You'll join the team. And Mr. P, stay out my head. I was literally about to say that. I was just about to say, can one of my moms do a mind break? Because I'm about to go get me some water real quick. And I said, then let Amir come in. He was just reading my mind. That was crazy.
I wanted to get the mod break in really quick before them, and I just want to say that when it comes to these quote-unquote sacrificial things, I don't look at it from a perspective of love as a father. I look at it as a perspective of that's what I owe to them, regardless of my feeling.
Okay.
So maybe that explains my position a little better.
Okay.
There's things that are required of me regardless of how I feel about it.
All right.
And maybe that's love. Maybe. I don't know.
That
But
could
hey,
be
drop
love,
me to
yeah.
help your analytics. And I believe Amir was in first and then Gemini. So I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, for sure. Okay.
Hey, Grant, don't go nowhere. Where you going?
Oh, I already did it already. Too fast. I guess he had to go.
I wanted to help him out with that, with the concept of love, because like he just said, he's like, well, maybe that is love. And that's what he got to realize. Love is not, first of all, I'm sorry. Peace and blessings, my brother.
What's up, my brother Amir?
I don't like jumping in on the, I ain't one of them rude cats. And then I can't be. I just like to be acknowledged. So I wanted to thank Mr. Print for acknowledging me. That's my guy. I want to acknowledge Just Beautiful. She know. I always call her beautiful, just being honest. She knows she my girl. What's that weather like up there? But Gemini, everybody. I love the prompt. I read through all that, but I like what we was just talking about as far as love. And just the journey of trying to understand it, you halfway through the battle. You know what I'm saying? Because love is something that has to be desired. What's up, son?
Mom wants to know if you see the room.
No. Okay. I'm sorry. But so that word love, it has to be something that has to be desired. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be something that you want, because we do what we want. Think about it. You do what you want. So if you talking about love and you just talking about it and you ain't really moving in that realm or trying to get to it or an understanding of it, then you don't really want it. You fronting. And that's okay too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people go through whatever reasons they don't want to deal with love, and the pain of not having love might cause them to spiral even more. So it's a very touchy word. But when we talking about it just in semantic terms and trying to help those healthy, young minds, I would have loved someone break it down to me like this. Love is the highest level of understanding. Think about it. You think about it like that, you're going to really get what love is. Now, unconditional love is something else. We ain't talking about that. But love is the highest level of understanding. You fall in love with things that you really get into. That's what you love. You know what I'm saying? Say, you can call me a liar, but test yourself. The things you love are the things that you really understand and spend a lot of time doing because you're passionate and you connect it. You see what I'm saying? You could love negativity. You could love a person. You could love, yourself. So it's not necessarily an emotion. It's a tricky thing, but when you try to just limit it to emotion, therein lies a problem. There will lie your problem. But if you just give it the ability to be by just saying, oh, it's a level of understanding that I got to reach to get love. Now it's almost like it's almost like a never-ending job because you're always trying to understand something more and more.
You see what I'm saying? You understand your body every day as it gets older. You understand your craft as you get better at it. You understand, singing, dance, swimming, all these things you might even be expert at. You love it because you're getting a better understanding of it. So when we stop trying to give love all these other fictitious bullshit ass definitions, I think we'll be all right. It's just basically what each and every person has really got a full understanding of. A child loves his mama's areola because that's what he understands. You feel me? So it can become other things. Those are, tributaries of love or associations of love. But we should just really stop sweating love so much. When you really just let it be, it has a profound ability. And unconditional, that's a whole nother thing. Real quick on unconditional, that one ain't hard neither. Without no conditions, I got love for you, no matter what. You could do whatever, and I got love for you. And that's something we have as an inert thing in us that people don't even understand. That I can't deal with unconditional. No, you can't. That's why you're here. We have a resiliency. We have a natural, inert desire to be social creatures. We have to build and destroy with each other. We have to share this energy, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. That's an unconditional love, no matter what. I'm mad at y'all today. I'll be back next week when I ain't mad no more.
I think,
Go ahead, Honest. You can jump in anytime with me, Shody. What you think?
I think, you love someone when the things that once turned you on about them no longer matter to you.
Mm-hmm. No matter what.
Meaning, if you got with a pretty face, right, and being a beauty is what matters to you, it's gonna come a point in time where that woman looks gonna fade, and you love her when, let's say, you know, um, she have to sit up here and she have to have face surgery and her face don't look the same. You love her when you could see a different face, but you know where a person's heart is. It's like if a man sat up here and he lost all his memory. He was once the most intelligent guy that you knew, but he lost all his memory. You love him when you sat beside him, knowing he's not in his right mind, but you still giving him kisses every day. Talk about, baby, I love you. I still love the way you think, even though you understand he probably not thinking at all. Um, you know that you have unconditional love when you sit up here and you care about a person to the point where it's like, I don't care what you talking about. I'm just happy to just be sitting in your presence, to hear you talk. See, a lot of people, they get irritated by their partner, especially when it comes to conversations where you be like, "Oh, I don't want to hear that shit. Stop talking to me." And it's like, and you be looking at your partner and be like, "What the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you?" Like, and you start to realize like you don't want to be that way towards your partner no more, because it can come to a point where their voice box can get completely gone, and you gonna wish you heard that voice. Love is different than just liking somebody. It's like, oops, people who really say that they got love, they'll they'll really break their backs because they love you. Just how your grandma broke her back, just how your grandfather broke his back to make sure the family was straight and stayed together. That's what you call unconditional love. A lot of people don't have that shit nowadays. Because a lot of people too stuck on, oh, you dusty, you broke, yo, yo, your tooth missing. Like, damn, I know you don't love me or wouldn't love me forever because you're going off of looks. So you couldn't love me without no teeth. You couldn't love me without, no money. A lot of people got conditions that come with their love. It's like, oh, I can't get with you unless you making 250,000, a month. You ain't bringing 250K a month. What I'm gonna do with you? And you gonna be looking at this person crazy, like, what the fuck? So I'm only good enough if I got 250K. Y'all gonna learn. I don't know. I think people gonna learn. You gonna live and learn, and you gonna wonder why you're constantly getting the same results every time you get into a new relationship. A lot of people don't understand when you sitting up here. I think the beginning stages of your relationship, that's gonna show a person all that they need to know when it comes to dealing with you. Because I think just how um you have certain women walking out on certain men before they even get the ring. It's like that's showing you wondering why that man ain't marrying, putting a ring on your finger because baby, if you could leave me before even getting the ring, that just let me know once you get that motherfucker, you ain't gonna be staying here long. And who wants somebody who don't have unconditional love for them? Because if your ass could leave me before the ring, that's showing me all I need to know. You don't have unconditional love because you are willing to walk out, and you wondering why the next woman getting a ring and getting a lifestyle in the house because she showed me she's here to stay. She's not about to leave the first moment we sit up here and have a disagreement, or we can have 30 disagreements, and she still ain't sitting up here disrespecting me. In those moments, she ain't sitting up here talking about, oh, my family, how they ain't shit, and she ain't been in a negative space with me when it comes to her being mad. Like, and some people could look at that and be like, damn, I like that. I like that you still got self control when it comes to, our arguments. You're not so quick to sit up here and say, get your shit. But goddamn. But yeah, I think it's very important that people understand that, you know, when you say that you love somebody, it doesn't matter what that person does. If you love them, you're gonna stick beside them. And it doesn't and you got to understand, like, you can't always build past things. A lot of people that say that they love you, they don't love you enough to build past certain things. Because people that really love you, they do whatever it takes in their power to make sure, you know y'all get back on the same track, y'all get on back on the same page, to where y'all not going through certain problems, y'all not having certain arguments. Like I tell people all the time, it's easy to leave. It ain't easy to really stay. Because a lot of people be like, hey, I'll walk out on you fast. You think I'm about to sit up here and deal with this? You don't want nobody like that. But I'm gonna lie in there. I don't want to talk y'all ear off. Sounding aggressive.
Talk that ear off. And my boy Jimmy not going here. Mr. P back.
Yo, what's good with it, Cal? What's up?
Yo.
What's up, Mister? And CJ, everybody tonight.
What you got for us, man? What you hear that you want to add or whatever, you know?
I don't know, because I really don't like trying to explain love. Like, I got my own understanding of it, and it makes sense in my head. But like, whenever I try to explain that shit out, I can't. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really like trying to explain it. Because to me, it's real simple. Love is a twofold thing. Love is a thought before it's an action. You know what I'm saying? And it's just as simple as it's just another or a more involved or more intense version of like, where you don't put some time and some effort into it. Put some time and effort into the like, and over that time and effort, it transformed into, or it grew into love. That sounds simple, but don't nobody ever understand what I'm saying with it. I really don't like trying to explain love. But yeah, love is real, to me, it's real simple. It's thought before action, and like I said, just a more intense or more involved version of like. Yeah, unconditional love is like, I don't know, I think that's dedicated more so to family than anybody outside of family, because most of the time family is the only one that can do you wrong, and you never lose the different levels of love for them. Whereas a stranger or somebody you dating or whatever, they, like, the second they get out of line, then for most people, that love is gone. You know what I'm saying? So like, I think unconditional love is hard for people outside of family, though. For me personally, I can't think of nobody that outside of family that I love unconditionally. Like, no matter what they do, I'm gonna love them the exact same forever. You know what I mean? Like, But I did kind of want to answer the questions. Can I run through them real quick?
Go ahead.
Why do people think 3 or 4 phases is necessary? Oh, because that's the only way that you really get to know yourself and who you are and how you operate in the world. You got to have a 3 or 4 phase. Like, there's no way that you can just base who you are on what you like to do, what you're interested in, what you want to learn more about. Like, that's just nonsensical. So you got to go out there and sleep with as many people as possible and be reckless with your life and your future in order to know who you are, to be better for not only yourself, but whoever hopefully, want you after you done, put your body through all the rigors of those sexual exploits. You know what I'm saying? And then, can you take, really? Yeah, you can. But like, it's not just based upon what you want and what you think.
I just got to ask. You're not being sarcastic in the slightest here. You're being totally genuine.
Yeah, like you really got to have.
Nah, he really serious.
I mean, I'm dying because I felt like you were doing a parody answer.
Well, I mean, yeah, I kind of was. I mean, it's just but that's like, when I listen to people explain why they have to go out there and do it like that, that's the typical answer. It's like, because, man, I don't know what I like, and I got to go out and I got to experience.
So that's not your perspective.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, good. What's your perspective on why they say it's necessary? We know why they say. Because they're full
Like,
of shit. That's the lie they believe that they tell themselves. The
so for
rest of
me,
us who can see know what's better.
yeah. So for me, it's a thing of you either one are just ruled by your hormones, or two, you're trying to fit in and please somebody or something based off what they're telling you should be doing, or in essence keeping up with the Joneses. In essence, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not really what you want to do, but because you've been inundated with these different voices and these different people telling you that this is what you should be doing, then in your head you rationalize it to make it make sense to go out and do and go against, you know, your nature or your character.
Beautifully said.
Yeah. But yeah, on that second one, it doesn't necessarily, you know, it can work out that way, where you know, you don't lose respect for them and shit is still cool after the fact. I mean, majority of the time, I don't think it works out that way. I think it ends pretty horribly majority of the time. But it's not like sleeping with somebody on the first date isn't an automatic deal breaker, or at least for me, it's not an automatic deal breaker. But like, you know, that person really got to be genuine. Oh, that was why people are ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter, because they know it. Because the thing is, to them it doesn't matter, but like they're going out into the world meeting different people and they're scared of what other people think about them. So they have the, because of that fear, they feel like they're going to be viewed differently, they're going to be alienated or outcast or, you know, treated poorly because of decisions that they made when they were younger, or decisions that they're currently making because they want to do what they want to do. They're ruled by their pleasures, and they don't want to be judged because they're ruled by their pleasures. So they come up with every excuse not to answer the question, or at least that, to me, that's what it sounds like. I don't really, I don't. It, to an extent, your past matters, but like at the same time, like it kind of don't. And the only reason I say it kind of don't is because like you could be clean, no STDs or STIs or whatever, and you could have 50 bodies, but like that's not 100% indicator of who you are. It only shows that you lack self and or impulse control. So because of that, some people are gonna look at you and say, yeah, I can't fuck with you because of that. And they don't want to feel that level of rejection or that level of scrutiny based upon their actions. And then Smex's relationship, no, because I mean, I don't went years without having a sexual partner, and I mean, I'm still here, I'm alive, I'm kicking, I'm productive, and it didn't hurt nothing. If Smex is a need. It's not really a need though, but should people be allowed to cheat? No. Cheating is never the right thing to do, because it just implies deceit or trickery, or the negatives it implies just makes it not something that, you know, the average person wants to deal with. Because I mean, even if you take it to school, like the fact that you cheated on a assignment means that A, you're lazy, B, you just didn't retain the information, or C, you just weren't willing to put forth any effort to get a decent grade or whatever, you know. So yeah, cheating is a bad thing all around, regardless, and it just ain't no good in it. And what are the reasons people stress without smack? Oh, that's just addiction. Like physically, they have, you know, whether it be, you know, pleasuring themselves or sleeping with people, partner assisted, you know, orgasms. They have done that so much that they have created an addiction to it. And when you can't get your fix, you know, you off, you jittery, or you angry, or you're sad, or whatever you are, and it's basically the same process. It's kind of like if you meet an adult and they've been eating candy their whole life, and you just snatch sugar out of their diet, like, they're not a pleasant person to be around, if we're being honest, at all, because, you know, they've got this mental addiction to something that is outside of them, and when they can't get it, all type of hormones kick off and shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what that's all about, in my opinion. Is something up under that, or am I can't read it if it is. Is it something up under that, Kev? Might have to give me.
Hold up. Which is where you leave off at? What the heck? I just noticed. What the
Gemini
Sean
just
popped
ran
in
through it all.
and what you call it dropped out. It switched up. I'm look down for I was about to say a second.
I don't know where everybody else is. I'm at number 3, the third one down.
Okay, go. You can go ahead over. Go through all of them. I think
Amir,
everybody went through all of them.
where are you? Did you do them?
I didn't do. I'll do them though. So I guess I'll go last. Then we can make an open panel then. Unless you want me to go now, I'll go now then.
Did Sean go?
Yeah, Sean, he went through all of them too. I think. Yeah, I think he did.
Do you want to go through a few of them, and then when you get to the third
do
one,
a few
we
of
both
them.
can go?
Yeah, I do a few of them.
All right, so I'll go after you on the third one.
Okay, well, you said that's where we left off at. You did the Smexless one?
Yeah, that's where I left off.
Okay, that's what you did. Okay, so I'll go up to that one. So why do people think 304 phase is necessary? I just want to see what everybody answers. I really don't know the answer to that though. I think it's that lifestyle thing. I say. What you got, Amir? You?
It ain't necessary. Stop playing. That's all I gotta say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it is just a lifestyle. Somebody trying to hype up they mistakes. Some of them probably made mistakes. Some of them want to cover up for their addictions. The same thing they be saying, that telling men why they can't live without, you know, that need and all that stuff or whatever. Somehow, you know, if it was a need so much, then why women can go a long time without it? You know, we want that money. You know, they don't even care about getting their stuff off. But that's another whole thing. Yeah, I think it's misinformation. A lot of just to push out, just so people keep making their mistakes that's out here, and continue having the baby daddy, baby mama drama while they say, you know, because they know that's a big chance, so they're not gonna tell you that. Of course they're gonna say safe smacks and stuff like that, but they gonna tell you that you got to get to know yourself. I made a post about that. You got to get to know yourself through other people and through sucking people off and throwing butt everywhere. I ain't trying to put it that way, but that's what they do nowadays. So, Yeah, I think that's why they're trying to make it,
How about
which
you
it
get to
ain't.
know the
That's,
depth of your own discipline and tell yourself no?
huh?
How about you get to know how far your discipline can go and tell
Right.
yourself no, and then you can bring that to a relationship.
All right, push that out. I wish they did push that out. That'd be a good challenge. People love challenges, but they want to do challenges that feed into their desires. That's all it is, you know, or what they really want to do. Just like people like why they don't challenge they self to shut their mouth. You know, they want to say that, oh, I can show that I got the biggest mouth out here and tell you what to do and all that stuff. And how to buy, but that's what the world did. They made everything. That need to be a topic though. So many things they done switched around and say what's good and what's bad and the bad is good and what's right is wrong and wrong is right. They done switched all that stuff around. For the first one, can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone that first date? Me myself, no, because I'm not even trying to build my situation off of lust. And I ain't gonna lie, that's a heavy thing. I already know it's super heavy, man. Even to this day, if I was to talk to people and stuff, we know that, especially because I'm not a virgin, that you know, it's heavy. I ain't gonna act like it ain't heavy though. But it take a lot of strength. That's why you don't want to set yourself up. You gotta stay firm in what you believe in, or at least, you know, I think the most, if I was to be serious with somebody, I would probably do like at least 90 days if I feel like that's my for sure. But otherwise, my plan is to wait to marriage. But yeah, 90 days, I would say. You know, it just depends on how deep it is. But I do want to give it some time, and I'm only giving it time because I want to really get to know the person I'm with. You know, because it really don't make I wouldn't say it make a difference me waiting for marriage and in them 30 days, you know, because you never will really get to know a person all around anyways, you know what I'm saying? So it would have been different, but I would say at least, you know, give it a time. I would give it a time period, you know, and I can even tell if somebody, like, even within that, if it seemed like that the people can't control themselves, they just, you know, so that's another thing though. So yeah, I wouldn't take a person serious like that. And then just like somebody mentioned earlier, is that like how many people you done gave up the first date to? I ain't like I'm that special. Or I could have been that special, but it's just that's some stuff that you would think about. Why are people ashamed to Alyssa, what's up? You've been in the comments for a minute. You know you can come up. You know, they be letting people up with one follower. They can come up in the box now. Unless you're probably busy. But not Sean teacupping me the whole time. Just notice that. Better be listening to these words. I know, talking to y'all. All right. Why are people ashamed why are people ashamed to say their body count if it doesn't matter? Oh yeah, that's for sure. All right, don't mess with you. I would say because they know it's bad. They know it ain't right. You know, even if they got taught it or not, we've been hearing this through years, through time. You know, America ain't the first one that introduced giving your body up like crazy it should be it's not ain't like a shame behind it. Especially we know towards the woman, it's always been that, you know, because they get it the easiest, you know. So I think their job is to basically keep it from letting men get to it. So, you know, and then men, you know, and that's that double standard. But it's real. I mean, I understand the double standard, you know, because with men they will be more congratulated because they looking like, dang, you know, you know, it ain't easy to go out there and get that. You got to require so much stuff, so you must got some game then. You know, stuff like that. They gonna think about stuff like that though. You know, because you got to offer something. You know, that's why when women talk to each other and say that, then the next woman want to know. You know, oh, he banged you out and all that. I want to know that. You know, I want to know what that's about or something like that. I mean, I think they do the same thing to men too. If they say, "Oh, she gave you the guac 3000 and all that stuff," but men do that regardless. You know, you ain't even got to hear it. They still want to hear it, even if the dude didn't say it. So I think it's a little bit different between that. You know, they want to hit that girl because her booty just fat. You ain't even got to know if it's good or not. Even if the dude got told it was bad, I mean, even if he told his boys it was bad, they still gonna try for themselves. So that's what the difference between men and women on that one. You know, so I think you know, men, they would have to have something to offer. So that's why it's kind of different when it comes to that body count thing. And then like we were talking about earlier that, you know, men be trying to lie up, you know, women lie down. That's funny. But yeah, if that junk is high, if that junk is high, they gonna be trying to say the least amount they can, and then for men, if it's low, because men try to flex with it. Ain't no dude be man ain't gonna feel kind of shame on that, especially when it's the way it's pushed out. Because it's like I said, if it's hard, if a man can hardly get none, why would he feel bad? Like, dang. You know, even when the dudes they be coming out here, man, I feel like I was a hoe. They bragging about that. They not feeling shame about those. That's crazy. It's literally the opposite when it comes to that. You think these men really be sad because, dang, man, I can't believe I ran through all these girls and all that. Boy, you over there, you just boosting yourself on the side. Quit it. You boosting yourself. We know it's different. You know, because it's not the same if a woman say, man, I can't believe. We know it's so easy. That's like saying a fish talking about I couldn't believe I could hold my breath in the water all that time. You know, I don't know. I'll try to think of something quick. But it's just like, that's obvious. You know what I'm saying? So who's going to congratulate something that's easy? You know, I don't need y'all laughing at, don't laugh at me. But it's just obvious. It's like, it's kind of easy though. So you wouldn't congratulate something else that don't take no effort or no work. So that's the reason why that double standard is like that between the men. I can understand it. Not to say that either side don't get affected or if it's right or wrong, but it's just, that's just how it is. People is going to wonder, like, what does this guy got? What do this guy have? The reason why he getting so much kitty cat out here. You know what I'm saying? And then with the opposite way, we like, dang, girl, can you close your dang on legs? You know what I'm saying? So it's literally, that's one double standard in this world. I know this women can't even take that one. You know, that's that one double standard in this world when it's 1,000 of them that goes for them, but that one, they do not like that one. But I mean, you can't, I think, and that's, but majority don't want the world to revolve around their ways and all that stuff. And they don't, you know, so whatever. But that's the reason why, you know, because they're not going to say their body count. You know, because I felt like my stuff was low. I don't like saying I ain't want to say mine out loud. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, I have 15. But it's probably high to some people. You know what I'm saying? 15 at 30, I'm about to be 34 this year. And they ain't had nothing in 4 years. So, I don't think that's bad. But stuff like that, but it's like, it just depends, you know. But I'll probably feel bad if I'm trying to talk to a girl, right? And she says she got 2 bodies, and then I'll feel kind of shame in it. You see what I'm saying? I find to feel shame, like, dang, you had a little bit more control than me. You know what I'm saying? And you a woman, and you can, man, I'll kind of feel shamed in that way, right? But overall, you know, why would I feel shame? And, you know, and mostly, but whatever. So I think, yeah, most of them know that, you know, after a certain amount of bodies, if you don't, but I feel like if you don't feel nothing behind it, like, what the heck type of, you're an alien or something? I don't know what the heck. Are you just like on a spirit or something? You just go through all these bodies with nothing, without feeling guilty at all. That's like almost like what they say, the psycho or whatever, that be sitting here that have no emotions and, you know, just say, no, I'm immune to this. Now, if you immune, I just think about it that way. That you immune to giving that body up like that, and you just say that you don't feel no shame or no disgust in it. That's crazy. I think it is, and then the more I keep thinking about it, I don't think, just like I said, I don't think men feel like an ego boost. You know, women feel more of a, dang, man, what the freak? You know what I'm saying? Why did I do it for free? You know, that's why they be coming with that, why I do it for free and all that stuff or whatever. And Drake tried to help him out for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to have for free. I know y'all remember that song and stuff. Yeah, I know I'm talking about an unalive man because Kendrick did his job, boy. So no, that's still my two of my favorite stuff. And I think you said, we all Smexless. I got to do the Smexless relationship. You was right, right, exactly. I know. All right. So Smexless, that's the one I gotta leave off with then. So I would say, would a Smexless relationship be horrible to me? No. To me, and because I'm rare. I mean, I would say I'm rare. I think it is rare for men just even listening, right? I don't think men don't know how to discipline themselves, and they need it. They fixing themselves to need it. I'm literally so ego driven, right? That I just like,
not ego driven in that way, but I use ego in a positive. That's why I say ego is whatever. Depending on how you use it, it could be a good or a bad thing. I use my ego to shut my mouth when I know somebody want me to snap on them. I use my ego, stuff like that. People use their ego the whole opposite way nowadays. I'm gonna do a topic on that low key too though, because people are just so backwards nowadays. Proving their point is, let me show you that you need to watch what you say to me instead of proving my point is as in I don't have to react to you or be like, you know what I'm saying? So it's everything so backwards, but that's a whole nother topic though. And I think, so that Smex's relationship, I think that's the most real relationship, low key. If you ask me, I think that's the most real. That means you actually found something that y'all can attach yourselves to without having to be in guts and getting your guts took. You know what I'm saying? So that I feel like ain't no truer than that. If you can deal without it. I think that is supposed to be an add-on. Well, I know it's supposed to be an add-on, but people make it their whole cake. You know what I'm saying? Some people make it the center of their whole cake and stuff. And they always want to say, well, what we supposed to be? I've been hearing that so much, but it is whatever make people feel better. Well, wait, why could he be a friend? Well, that's the way you look at that. You know what I'm saying? So I feel bad when you turn to a friend when you get older, or I feel bad that, you ain't going to be able to get your whatever. So if that's how you whatever, but that's everybody else. That's what they do. That's what people do. So, but with me, I do want to find something real, and I know what blocks a lot of, and I see it from everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I see that they controlled by it and mesmerized and getting dog walked by their girl and all that stuff. Especially the men, they get dog walked like I'll do this for you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. They doing all that just because that she don't want to get that cat up. Be in a dog house. I know y'all heard that too. Like they got it on. Like even that's what I be laughing at stuff. Like people be like, man, I don't know where you see that at. Like, bro, turn your freaking TV on. Well, this might be the channel you watch, but it's just like, no, we see these things. We hear it on the radio. We like, dog. I just don't like. Sometimes I don't be like in some disingenuous stuff because I know we all in the same freaking world. Like you can't help. Like that's like somebody saying that Smex don't sell. What the heck world? Like it's like now you just know that people is either been stuck in a box or they being disingenuous. We know that's like the top thing in this world. That junk straight up, if it don't sell, what the heck is OF existing and the cool. I'm trying to watch what I say on here, all that stuff or whatever. But yeah, they got my answer on that one though.
So Kev, well, welcome back to the panel. I don't know if you were here earlier, Baga.
That's my boy.
Yeah,
that's a new mind. Welcome in the new mind, y'all.
You were here earlier. I have a question since we're on the 3. That's where I was leaving off. I just wanted to skip the body count one altogether, just so you know.
Okay.
I didn't want to. You're gonna say the same thing. You said the same thing I was gonna say. So, how old do you plan on being, Kev, in your ideal life? How old do you want to live ideally?
That's a scary question. You guys have some good questions tonight.
I'm just saying. Ideally, I'd love to make it to say 85.
I would say 150.
I'm just saying, if I get 85 good years, I'd be happy. Okay, and the reason I bring that up is if I'm planning on getting 85 years, I got to plan on eventually things ain't going to be working how they're working right now at the ripe age of 37 that I am. So my point is that the eventual goal of my marriage is going to be probably at that point. And I wanted to have had a good and strong enough relationship with that person. So when we get to the point to where that becomes the relationship, that we have more established, we have more built, there's more there. And so I say that it's not a horrible relationship, that's ideally where any relationship, marriage will go in the long term. And it shouldn't be feared. You should expect to take that journey with somebody and choose wisely who you're going to have with you there.
Mm-hmm. Somebody was trying to go.
So that's a lot of years, man. I mean, the way I see it, right, is that like my man is saying, he want to, live long, 85 or whatever, years old, man. Like, Schmex is very important, but man, that's in between Schmex. They're still building, right? There's still day-to-day interaction, knowing your person. You know what I'm saying? You know, footsies, kissy-wissy, Netflix moments. You dig what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just gonna be like, yo, we got here at 75 and we just hump like rabbits all the way up this. We ain't talk. We ain't, you know what I'm saying, go on trips. We ain't learned each other at all. So
Right.
yeah, it's a lot of days, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the way I feel like, man, is like, you know, Schmex is very important in a relationship, man. It's all about connection, man, and it's to me it's a form of communication, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't had a woman, you know what I'm saying, like as far as like a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about the woman shit. But I ain't had a girlfriend in a while, but I know when I'm in a relationship, like there's not a time, a moment that my woman ain't gonna walk past me and I ain't smacking ass. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gripping, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gripping or whatever like that. Like, and that's just like, yo, look at my, you know what I'm saying? Look at my baby walk past me and her thick ass. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Like, you know, that's a part of communication. Even looking at her like, girl, you know how, you know what I'm saying? I'll bite down on you right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a Schmex is
I know exactly what you're saying, man.
You dig what I'm saying, bro? Like,
well,
you know?
I feel you because it's like that's how like my wife and I are. Like the reason I stress the point I'm stressing is because if you have that kind of relationship, like that's how it is. Like she always is like sending me memes and stuff about how like you see like the old man smacking the old woman or grabbing her butt or whatever. She's like, this is gonna be us, and it's like I get exactly what you're saying. Like it's important to have that kind of like friendship, I guess, in the marriage. Like I love the energy you were talking about.
Because it's like that, bro. When you in it, when you engaged in it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it may be some weird shit. Like, girl, you know what I do to you when you got that bonnet on? You got that bonnet on, huh? Like, that special bonnet. When I, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? So I just think, you know, a schmexless relationship, I just think that's, I think that's for a form of, like, the connection is there, but y'all are, I don't know. That's just, for lack of better words, it's just weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you my lady and you opening me like that dam should be open at all times. Why you, like, the dam shouldn't be closed.
Can
You
you
know what
call
I'm
that
saying?
a
Like,
projection?
what you mean, Brody?
Would you call that a projection? Because you said it's weird to you.
I mean, it just doesn't seem, to me, it's just, you know, I'm speaking, of course, from my relationships, where I can't think for others. You know what I mean? But, you know, just Schmex is important, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, on both ends. It's just a form of, like, my woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, for lack of better words, like, if my woman ain't, you know what I'm saying, going down on me, you know, I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you ain't, you don't really fuck with me like that. You don't rock with me like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like being blessed in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know.
You saying I think I get you saying it like that's after time, like if she was starting off doing that, right, and whatever, and y'all had your whole relationship like that, and then out of nowhere she stopped. Yeah, so I think if you mean like that, I can get what you mean by that though.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Kev. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we start off like rabbits. We start off going crazy. Then over time, it's like, okay, you were drawn, and down is like, we down to getting to it, you know, twice a week. Then it go from twice, and I ain't never experienced this shit, y'all. So pardon me, you know what I'm saying? I just hear cats, you know, bitching to me at work about it and complaining about it in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you go from, you know, 2 times a week, then now you only getting it 4 times a month, and it's like, what happened? What's going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, so it's just strange to me. You know, it's a form. There's a disconnect there. You know what I mean? Like, you don't do it for her no more. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody else slamming in it. You know what I'm saying? It all depends, bro. But
Well, hey, really quick, welcoming 10 into the conversation. 10 toes down. Welcome. Sean, I know you had a question for Kev. You wanted to get that in.
I like this conversation. I want to speak in this too.
Yeah. I bet you're gonna light the room up right now. But I just wanted to make sure I got you a nice introduction so people are ready. So let's hit that share icon. Let's share the live. Let's throw some FYPs. Let's tap the screen. Let's get the conversation spreading because Ten's gonna come in and tell you how she sees it. I unfortunately do have to drop down right now. I got dinner I need to be finishing up. So I'll be back later if you're still on, Kev.
About to give them about 15 minutes or 14 minutes now.
All right. Well, I won't be seeing you again tonight because I got to finish up dinner right now. But
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow.
Sean wanted to get a question in, and then wanted to bring 10 down the line really quick. So
All right, for sure.
y'all have a good night.
What's the deal, 10?
What's up, Kevy Kev?
How you feeling? How you been?
Keeping my black ass off the front page of the newspaper. You know, I got to keep the demons in check because they be trying to escape. So, I see you got some nice topics up here.
You know it.
Well, let's see. So you want me to tackle these real quick?
You can run through them, yeah. I got about 10 minutes for y'all.
Yeah, it says, can you take a relationship serious after sleeping with someone on the first date? Yeah, you can. It depends on the mindset of those people. In my lifetime, I've had a couple of those where the attraction was just there. I mean, you could cut it with a knife in a room, right? And it did not detract from either of us. It did not make that person think, oh, she a hoe, or he's a slut, or whatever. And we were together for however long we were meant to be together. Now that I know seasons and reasons, some of those people were just meant there they were there for a season. It's amazing. I noticed that as long as men can have their conversations, then they stay on the panel. And then the minute a woman comes in and starts talking, the whole fucking panel wants to disappear. That's all good. I'm sure there's people out there listening. So I'm going to keep it going. Anyway, why are people ashamed to say their body count? Well, to me, it doesn't matter to me because I can tell you what my body count is. So I don't have an issue with it. Mine is 13. And I think 13 men in 61 years, I think I'm doing fucking pretty good. And I was married to 2 of them. So there you go. But I think because society has somehow made this a stigma thing for a lot of people, men and women, depending on who you're talking to, that they don't want to say that. And there's valid arguments from either side. Men claim they want a virgin, but women claim they don't want a man that doesn't know what to do in the bedroom. So either, you get it from both sides. It's me, Kev. I'm what's good for the goose is good for the gander, So for everything a woman can spew negative or positive, a man can spew the same. And would a sexless relationship be horrible to you? Yeah, it probably would. It probably would be devastating, but I would have to find some way that we can still incorporate that. It depends on the circumstances and situation. As long as dude ain't a quadriplegic where he can't move absolutely nothing on his body, we can still make things work. I don't give up that easily. I don't think nobody should have the right to cheat. In the story, if you find yourself not being sexually compatible with that person, and if that's the biggest piece of your relationship, then maybe you need to keep it moving and let them have what they need out of what they need. That is why when I have conversations with men at this point in time in my real world and they want to date me, I ask those deep, dark questions about sex. Some people say, well, when you shouldn't ask these questions when you first meet somebody. Bullshit. I'm not going to waste 3-4 weeks of dealing with you. And then, when it comes time or there's some attraction there and then find out that you're lacking in the sex department. That's not going to happen for me. I can't speak for nobody else, but I'm having that conversation. I want to know what it is you like and don't like. I want to know, are you adventuresome or, vanilla? I want to know if you, get an erection naturally or you need some kind of help. And it's not that none of those things are bad. It's just called being able to have these deep conversations that most people don't have. They just assume that because I look good to you and you look good to me, or you turn me on and I turn you on, that we're gonna jive in the bedroom. And what happens when you don't? So you just wasted all this energy, and you got to tell somebody, well, you wasn't the greatest. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So we're gonna have those conversations. Because I do need sex. That is a big piece of me. Even at my age, I don't give a damn what nobody else think, but that is important to me. And if I have some guy talking to me and he tells me that he only needs sex once or twice a month, I don't care what he's offering. He could be paying all the bills or willing to, or saying marry me, or I can do this for you, I can be your sugar daddy, or whatever the fuck. But if we only have a sex once or twice a month, he can keep it moving. His money and nothing he has is that important to me that I'm going to sacrifice that. I need what I need. And I need a compatible person that needs the same thing I need. But our reasons for compatibility are, in my opinion, horribly skewed. Because these days, what women are looking for, he could have the littlest dick in the world, but if he got money, she'll lay there and fake it. She'll tell him he the world's greatest lover. See, no, that ain't me. But that depends on where your morals, values, and principles lie. What are the reasons people stress without sex? That could be a number of things. So did I cover it all for you, Cam?
Most definitely. And in good timing too, though. Yeah.
What's up, Gemini, my brother?
Shoot.
My brother.
Because I gotta think of another topic for the
Yo, what up, 10 Toes?
What up, baby? How you doing?
I'm alright.
Sound like
this thing. Kick me out of the phone.
Cam, my next live on I did one live on sex, and I'm gonna do another one. What the hell is that noise?
It's my AC.
Oh, ew, Jesus. I had a live on sex, not this Sunday, but Sunday before last, and I'll probably have another one. It got real interesting because that's conversations people don't want to have too. I don't think it's so much they don't want to have them, as I think they don't know how to have them. Why you bite me, cat? Anyway, Kev, I'll talk to you later. What you finna do? You finna leave?
Yeah, I'm about to shut it down. It's only 5 minutes on this thing anyway. So I can get this topic started again on tomorrow, Thursday, because I gotta go to bed, get up in the morning.
Talk to you later, baby. Thanks for having me.
For sure. I appreciate you, man, for stopping through. My boy Gemini, I appreciate you too, man. I'm gonna catch up with y'all though.